And it's a new helicopter. Who could not be excited about having a new helicopter in our simulator? Hello, I am so pleased to join you in this helicopter that I've had for less than an hour. So, what could go wrong? It's a reasonably simple machine, am I right? So it's going to be pretty easy. So no worries there. So here we are with our Dauphin du jour. The AS365 N2 from Autopilot, Dauphin, a highly capable twin-engine helicopter with its Fenestron tail rotor in the back there. What years did the N2 date from? Was that still in the 70s, or were we in the 80s by now that the N2 was released? Hello, McD over there in Ireland. So good to see you. I am in Aberdeen today. So I'm... maybe I should have found an Irish airport to do some offshore operations from. So the theme today is, yes, we're going to do some offshore operations. Gary, hello. Yes, it's a pretty good looking machine. CHC doesn't exist anymore, does it? But here I am at Aberdeen with outside the Babcock hangars in this freeware scenery from flightsim.to, and oh boy, sorry, the name of the developer has just got out of my head. Anyway, it's the excellent free Aberdeen scenery that you'll find on flightsim.to, so please go along and show the author your support if you happen to like what you're seeing here in Aberdeen. Hello, Taog's Hangar, there you go. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. How's your day, Taog's Hangar? How's your day? How are you feeling today? And who else have we got online? Conquer, hello. Conqueror. Sorry, I'll get there. So exciting news for me today, and I've got to try not to look down there all the time, is that I now finally have another screen down here with my chat and my video preview on it. So for the first time in a stream, I can now actually see, I can now see what's going out. So it's going to be very useful. So hopefully no more leaving things where they're not supposed to be, because I can actually see it now. Very handy that is too. Taog, you're going to faint, yeah, from the marathon that you've been running for the last year or so. It's almost exactly a year since the 500C came out. Isn't it? Almost a year since that happened, so time has moved swiftly along. There's our route today. I've lined it all up in Navigraph. I'm doing this as a solo flight. If anyone actually wants to fly this route with me, you're actually welcome to do so. It's just that we won't be a multiplayer. So what you could do is come along to my Discord, and I have pasted the flight plan in the GTN 750 format, as in FPL.pln. So there's a file that's sitting in the last hour or so in my Discord. You can pick that up and we'll fly this route. We'll go out to the offshore drilling fortress. That's actually what it's called, which is up here. So we've got about, 33 nautical miles on that leg, and then another 30 on that leg. So that'll, we'll have a good chat when we get going. I might actually enjoy some of the visual features when we're actually flying. So that might be the way I do that. So exterior checklist, we might as well start getting moving here. Let's get moving. Let's get this thing, this shutdown machine. We'll get the doors open so that people might actually be able to get on board. There you go. Get 8 people in the back there and 2 up front. Let's start to get some of these off. The pitot tubes, they come off as one. The little boots there on the rotor, that looks good. Now, is there anything else I need to take off over here? The engine covers perhaps look important. Oh, let's just have a little sneaky look in here. Oh yeah, that is great. That's not something that we're going to see in flight, I hope. So that's looking really good. Really good. And even all nicely animated there as well. Let's get those covers off. Love the, reminds me of the Turbomeca, it's Ariel, isn't it? This actually is an Ariel, isn't it? In the N2. But I don't think it's exactly the same as the one in the H125, but it does look, it's got that same excellent exhaust, which I thought was like that, so that it didn't point down the tail boom of the H125. So I was surprised to see it in the in this edition of aerospatiale helicopters. Now, what else do I need to get back here? Oh, that light's nice, isn't it? Nice deformation on the panel. You can just see it catching the light there. I've set the real world weather and I've set the time back a couple of hours. So that is my plan there. Hello, Darth Player. Nice to see you along as well. So welcome along to the stream. Good to see you. Now, how are we thinking about this? Yes, this is those earlier generations of Fenestron where they haven't kind of done the, what do you call it, the spacing where it's not equal, the unequal spacing, which they later found was better for noise. Hi Steve, great to see you. You are welcome. Oh, I've just pushed the wrong button. So I was going to have a little look down here in the wheel. Oh, in the wheel cavity. That's just me having a bit of finger trouble. Put your head down in there. You can't really. I can't quite get that low. I've got to say that does look all beautifully modelled down here. Nice work. I've got to say the Dauphin always looks like it's got quite a narrow stance when you look at it. Like it just looks like that would be pretty easy to roll because the main gear don't come out from the helicopter at all. They're just pretty much straight down, aren't they? So that probably conferred some kind of a storage benefit, but maybe not that much of a stability benefit. I think the S76, for instance, comes might have that. I've forgotten what they're called now, but the rear joint or link, and then it all kind of it is able to sort of come out a bit as well. Not the case with the Dauphin. So again, nice. Just the way that catches the light down here is very pleasant. That slightly beaten looking exterior. Well used helicopters. Does this one have floats? Apparently not. I might need to turn that on inside. So if that's everything on the outside, pitot, engine, blade socks, leakage I think is fine. Into the wind. I think are we into the wind here? I'll just check that. With which one? This one. We're actually not into the wind. The wind's coming from the south. So, mind you, we're actually going to be taking off with a small tailwind today because that is, I gather, Aberdeen Airport noise abatement so that we don't fly over the town down here. So I don't know what the tailwind limit is on the Dauphin, but I will be having the manual open and I've got it here so that you can follow along with some of that as well. Okay, so inside. And I'll just get that tablet out because I want to check, what did I want to check? Whether I had the floats on. Searchlight not required, mirror not required, flare pod not required, external battery cart might be, pre-flight covers, fuel jettison system, I wouldn't have thought required, snow skis, fast rope, wire strike protection kit. Okay, no floats. Is that right? Oh, floater left. Oh, maybe they are installed, but would make sense given I'm in the passenger variant. I just didn't sort of see them obviously on the outside, but then again, maybe I don't know what to look for because I've had this helicopter for an hour. So let's just have a little peek in here. Yeah, is that what they look like there? All right, okay. I just would have thought that might have just sort of come out a little bit, but then again, I'm operating from a position of ignorance here. Good, all right, so we've got floats. That's a good sign. So anything else I need to worry about in here? Anything else I want on the cockpit interior? I feel that's a little bit zoomed out. Can I bring that further towards me? No. So that's all fine. Yes, I've got I finally bought the what do you call it? The premium edition of the PMS 50 GTN 750, so I can do the flight plan importing it a little bit more easily. Okay, do I need to worry about anything here? Oh yes, spring-centered joystick. I actually am using the spring-centered joystick today. I know that has an effect on the trim release, so I don't think we need to fly through off. I think we need that on. Reduced trim sensitivity, I think not required. AFCS annunciations, additional AFCS help lights, don't know yet. Airframe vibration, Yes, well, I've also got ChasePlane and FSRealistic, so I don't know if they're going to conflict, but we'll just let it go for the time being and see what that's like. Okay, that's all looking fine, I think. Halitow cart not required. Oh, fuel and balance. Okay, so let's just get more or less a full load. So we've got, really, 94% on there. So switch on battery connectors or connect to external power for refueling. Okay, I'll do that. So the external battery card. Bloop. There we go. Don't need to turn anything else on. Brilliant. Where was our weight and balance? So we'll fully load that. Right, so we use these kind of feeder tank systems, evidently. Oh, additional tankers here. I've not been able to plan this, so I don't know. I'm just going to assume that a full load on the main tanks is going to be fine. Load cargo, that gets us to, I wish this was in kilos, I could probably change that later, but so that's a full load, I believe, more or less. So about 200 pounds short of a full load. Halitow gameplay control options, do I have? Very much would like to change that that measure of weight, but I'll deal with that later. Okay, away you go. But I don't believe we get any, we don't have Asobo passengers just at the moment, so I don't know whether that's something that's on the way or not. So no Asobo passengers. So we've got external power on. And how do we go outside here? Aircraft heading. Aircraft heading. Fuel tank, filler caps, don't know. Units and doors, okay, don't know. Oh, landing gear units and doors, I tried to have a look. On snow cover ground, not an issue. We'll assume all this is fine. Fuel floated, main rotor blades, check visually, I will in a sec. Blade condition looked fine when I had a look up there. Cowlings all closed and locked, yes, I think so. Power, brakes, accumulator. Oh, that sounds interesting. I'll have to have a look at that later. Cabin, general check. Yes, fine. Doors. Jettison mechanism snap wired. Ooh, that sounds nice. Jettison mechanism snap wired. Don't know. So would that be, is that the jettison down there? Door jettison handle, not apparently operable. So, great. Fire extinguisher in place. Don't know. Where's the fire extinguisher? Circuit breakers all engaged. Not animated. So no click spots there, so that all seems fine. Yaw pedals adjusted. Very slow action there as I'm just moving my pedals around. That's fine, I think. Cockpit setup. Switches all off. So upstairs we go. Well, they're not all off, so lighting is on, that's fine. Step is closed. We'll just have that. Well, what does that look like from the outside? So we would have needed that for our lovely passengers to get on board. External. Oh yeah, nice. I mean, you wouldn't want to put a huge amount of weight on those steps, would you? They don't look that. They don't look that massive, but there you go. That looks good. And hello, Ari Neto. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming along. So that's the steps, and we will now retract those in our checking that switches are all off. Those are all off. So, I mean, should I turn these off? Trim fuel cycle. I'm just maybe just going to leave those. Voltmeter reading, main panel. Oh, what did I just click? That's slightly worrying. Off. Something just clicked there. It wasn't that. Was it this? Battery contactor relay one off. They're both supposed to be on, so maybe that was it. Hopefully it was. So here's our voltmeter down here. So we've got nothing on the generators, or are they the inverters? What is one then? Just AC1, okay. We've got volts on the battery, enough to start it. Well, we've got external power as well, and volts on the external power. That looks all good. Instrument lighting as necessary. Oh, I like a bit of instrument lighting, so that's looking like we're all fine there. So that's on, and how high are they up? I think that's probably sufficient. Fuel flow control valve fully aft. So, oh, non-functional click spot, or was I just in the wrong view there? No, don't know. So, fuel valve, that's open, and that must be open because it's in the same position. Fuel shut-off control levers, forward and locked. Fuel shut-off control levers. Oh, is that those ones? Yeah. So, fuel flow control lever. Well, oh, I had these the wrong way around. These are the FFCL, so that's fine. Are they? Yes. Just going to check that they are mapped to my throttle sliders. They are. That's a good sign. Is it all the way back though? It's at 0%. Okay, well, that's surprising. That's just worked out of the box. So that's good. That's good. The rotor brake control is fully forward. My axis doesn't work. I'm not concerned about that right now. Static pressure selector checked on normal. Normal. Checked. Oral alarm system on. Horn. Oh yeah. More noise, please, is what we want. Horn. Oh, is it up here? Right. That's on. Excellent. ATC transponder, if installed, on a normal. I think I saw that here. That says normal. Steps, if installed, are now closed. Just double check that. Steps are closed. Checked. Position lights as required. Oh, I'll have them on. Lots of lights. On. Okay. Yeah. Again, I don't really know how bothered I need to be about this sort of stuff, but like, this is a mouse wheel interaction on these switches, and some developers will do that as a click, and some will do it as a mouse wheel. I kind of prefer click because I'm not at risk of zooming my camera in and out, although it's absolutely not the end of the world, so we can just move on. On and on. This is one of those examples where no one is doing the same thing. Ari Neto, this helicopter is hard. Is it? How are you finding it? Are you flying it yet, or are you just watching me having fun with it? Need to maybe not clink my water bottle glass against the microphone there. Just spotted a small problem that you could do with a bit of fixing. This might be slightly better. Okay. Compy, yeah, next helicopter for your own hangar. Excellent. Well, it's a good French one, isn't it, Compy? So you'll be happy with that, I'm sure. I hope. Yes, lovely French technology at work here. So indicator lights test. So might need to be in this view for this. So holding down and everything lights up. Might need to get those tooltips off, but that all looks fine. Yeah, good. All right. So we get a repetition of some of the autopilot stuff straight ahead. That's good. Alarm push button, that's done. So we want to see now, do these go to fail or to check both positions? All right. And so this one's a click and not a mouse wheel. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's just yeah. I mean, it's a three-way switch. I get that. Yeah. All right, so that says fail, that says fire. That's good. That says fail, that says fire. Generators 1 and 2. So generators go on before the engines do, no worries. So on you come, on and on. I've still got external power on. Not quite sure when that's supposed to go off in here. Static inverters, one lights on. Well, just on will do. On. And on. I could see some avionics coming to life there. Yeah, those lights go out, but of course the generator lights are still on. We don't have any engine power yet. Emergency electrical cutoff up and... Oh yeah, that's what that does. All right. So now presumably I'll need to switch all these things back on again. On. Oh, that's reset on. Okay, so hopefully I haven't done... Up and snap wired. Okay, well, probably. Now, is my landing gear going to work? So, landing gear is down. Not promising. So I might just need to change a binding here. So we look at le manuel and we figure out what we need to do here. So why isn't that working? Because I'm not in the right view, that's why. So let's get to that scene there, get that up there. Right, so landing gear. So we need a, we've got a down, we've got an up, We've got a toggle. I don't want that. Righto. I just need to, it looks like I just need to clear out, and we don't need input repetition. That's all that means. So this is actually quite smart what Taog's Hangar has done here. We've got a very comprehensive bindings guide, and people who are into Axis and O's and sort of home cockpit builders and stuff should be thrilled with what they're seeing here. Everything all sorted out for them. It's just that surprisingly, Taog's Hangar's elected to go with specific bindings for gear. Maybe that just makes it a bit easier for cockpit builders rather than the generic Asobo ones that already exist. So let's just get into throttle base and we'll look at gear. And I'll need to get rid of those two bindings there. Delete and delete. And then we are going to be going into the specific bindings. I do appreciate that a developer uses these. So up and then down. I'm going to call this helicopters AS365. Helicopters AS365. And I do want that to go to all variations, so that's good. Okay, so let's, right, so set the down, has it worked? So I will scan that again. 74 and 73. Okay, that looks promising. That looks promising. Have I left the thing up? I have, so let's get rid of that. So now what have we got? Down. So we've got nose wheel free. We've got a parking brake over here. Parking brake works as is. I actually don't know where the gear... Oh, gear handle's over here. Oh, remove safety pin. Right, okay, good. Alright, that's working. Victory over the controls. Excellent. We are making progress here, people. This is all good stuff that everyone will need to do, actually. So you go, Matthew, why are you wasting time on this? You're going to have to do this as well. You will need a new binding for your landing gear. And I've already done the trim release. We'll talk about that a bit later. So let's get back out here. Back to the checklist. We're making progress. Landing gear is down. Parking brake is on. Good. Altimeter set. We're just going to cheat. I'm going to maybe do a bit of faking of the Aberdeen weather later on so we can shoot an ILS. That's a pretty sensible thing to do, isn't it? On a complex new helicopter that you've never flown before, is to aim high and to plan an ILS approach into foggy old Aberdeen. We're going to make it foggy or cloudy or something. Fuel management panel test. All right, let's get down there and look at that. That's let's try this one. Oh, what did I just... Again, the mouse wheel means that you can too easily click things that you don't want to click. Oh, was it that one? I don't know. I don't know what I just changed. So, yeah, I don't like switches being on the mouse wheel. Fuel management panel. Fuel gauges read below 0. Well, they don't. They read above 4,000. Was that because I was supposed to test? No. Fuel panel test. Oh. Okay, so, right, I get it. So we watch the fuel quantity and we do the fuel test and make sure that the meters work properly and they come all the way back up to where they should be. Again, I've seemed to have lost fuel on one. Am I having fuel burn when the engines aren't switched on? Seems to be a possibility right now because I did fill those, I thought I filled those up to 100%. Booster pumps 1 and 2 on. Mouse wheel. Parking brake control lever. Park up and parking brake upright. Parking. All right, that's up. And do I need to? Oh, that safety pin's from the gear. Okay, that makes sense. That gets stashed down there on the parking brake. Good. I like that. Nose wheel cast ring as required. Yeah, we do need that. So that's locked and that's free. It might be sensible. I wonder if I could have a switch. I could have that on. Not required today. And we're up to engine start already. That's pretty good. But hang on, isn't this external power still on? Is it actually visible? External. Might close these doors too, hey? I don't see any external power. Alright, so, well, the battery's on. Oh, maybe that disengages the external power. Don't know. So, let's have a look here. Exterior. External battery cart is on. So, turn that off. Will it turn the helicopter off? Yes, partially. So if I turn that off there, or do I start the engines with the external power in? Post starting, ground power unit disconnected. Aha! All right, there you go. So that's how that works. All right, hopefully that'll come back the way it was supposed to come back. Okay. There's a slightly misaligned button there. Right, rough landings. Yeah, you've picked up the add-on as soon as it was released today. Excellent. Probably won't get any sim time until the weekend, though. Well, rough landings. You'll just have to learn from me blundering around here. I mean, I have read the manual and done my best there. So, but there's nothing quite like experiencing it for yourself, especially the autopilot. All right, engine one start. So yes, doors. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do over here. Can I close those from inside? I probably can, but it might just be less awkward if I just use the tablet again. Ah, no. One, yeah, there we go. Menu, interior. Do we have doors here? Doors, hoisting cargo. We're going to close that door. Okay, cool. Be nice to maybe just have that turn yellow after you click it so that you know it's in action. Yeah. Good, because it just stayed green when I first clicked it, but that's all right. That's okay. That's all fine. Rescue hoist. Ooh, we're not doing any rescue hoisting today. I'm gonna try to walk before I run. That's why I'm doing an ILS approach later. Perfectly sensible. Okay, engine one start. Press starter and slowly move lever to idle. Stock 12%. Yes. Starter must be continuously pressed until 40% N1. Okay. Yes. So I'm going to need to have my. I don't have two switches yet. I wonder if I could... Yes, I've just got an idea. Is it going to work or not? I don't think I have two buttons for this, so I'm going to pretty much have to use this. So we'll get those there. I could probably work out some way to do this. So here's starter one, which I need to hold down, and I need to hold it down until we achieve 40% N1. Verified generator rotates and T4 rises within 10 seconds. That's all going to get quite hard down here, but we will figure that out. There's our delta NG. We'll talk about that a bit later on. That's another way to measure your performance and how close you are to the limit. So delta NG we always want below 0. Right, so is T4 the same as that one? I thought T4 was the H65 M865 measure, but whatever, that'll do. So we'll just keep an eye on the temperature here. That needs to go up within 10 seconds, and then I need to also... Okay, so let's just start it. Hold this down. Okay. Until 40% is attained. We're at 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Temperature did rise. There's 40%. Off we come here. Don't know. We don't get an idle stop, so it's at 15% now. A little bit high, maybe. Quite a quiet startup sound. So I'm just cranking it up on my separate volume control over here so you can enjoy it. Okay, not surprising that we'd get a low RPM warning. Acknowledge that. Doesn't clear that though. Oh, I'm just going to turn that down unless it get annoying. So, not too sure how to lose. Got generator 1 on, Peter 1, Peter engine 2, 8P, overspeed. Overspeed, okay. Increase throttle to 100%, aha. Series of gongs. As soon as oil temperature pointer begins to move, advanced fuel flow leads to approximately 25%. Torque, while I'm keeping it below 20 as I advance up to 100%. And will we then lose the alarm? Oh, a bit too high. Alright, so I could work on making that a bit smoother, but that's killed that alarm now. Those are all done. So, series of gongs, then accelerate rotor to flight notch. Do you mean the fuel control lever? Okay, I think that's done. Yeah. Good. 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 Hydraulic pressure still showing on engine 2. Fine. Gearbox oil and temperature. Okay, fine. Alright, so that's all looking fine. And I assume now we've got volts on Gen 1 and not on Gen 2. Correct. So that works. That's great. Engine 2 start, right, and slowly move leader. So same process to get engine 2 started. And I'm outside the helicopter. So, would be convenient for me to, I need to find a way to, I've only really got one starter switch, so I'll have to figure this out somehow. So just zoom out so I can see what happens here. Hold down the start, watching the N1 spool up, introduce fuel. There it comes. Alright, so that just clicked into a notch. I'm not quite sure which notch that was. So that's 40% now. Release the starter. So that says 24%. Verified generator rotates. So do I use the voltmeter for that? We've got volts. Yes. And T4 rises within 10 seconds. Temperature is engine output temperature there. Good. 10 seconds. Max T4 785. Okay. This really feels like this belongs on the MH65 startup, unless I'm mistaken about how that one works. So I just wonder if that's the correct checklist here. Engine 2, move throttle to 100%. Right. So that lever's working. I'm moving it to 100%, but the N1 does not spool up. There it goes. Only at the very end does it catch, because the I guess the governor or the clutch or whatever had it all on engine 1. So these are now equal, 69.1% on each one. Check rotor RPM is in the green arc. Torque needle. Selector 1, 2, 1 and 2, 2. Oh, I do. Okay, I've just had some very helpful people on my Discord just tell me which way to put the beep trim around, so we'll just get that sorted in a sec as well. I hope I've done the right thing there. Is that supposed to be reading all the way down there? Okay, just Matthew, it might be fine. Well, torques, yes. Okay, because we have attained, right, I'm just getting used to the meters. Because we've attained 100% rotor RPM, which is actually only 350 revolutions. Quite a slow rotor in the Dauphin. Well, I suppose it's not really that slow compared to other stuff. So anyway, ground power unit disconnected. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. And I'm just going to need to get a couple more bindings sorted out. Exterior, external battery cart, away you go. I never actually saw the external battery cart, so away you go. That click spot is misaligned. Exterior lights as required. Taxi light, is this going to work? Oh yeah, late afternoon in Aberdeen. See if these switches work. So here's my taxi light toggle. No. Here's my landing light. Oh, okay, that needs a new one as well. Not a problem, that's fine. So got a couple of new bindings to put in here, because I'm so reliable with my landing light situation. I'm not. I'm notoriously unreliable with it, but anyway, let's get that sorted out now. Hello to people watching, 46 on YouTube and 1 over there on Twitch. Make sure you say hello. Love to know how you're going. Love to know what you're looking forward to or where you're stuck. Very good evening to you, Josh. Very nice of you. Nice to have you along. Throttle base. So we are going to disconnect a couple of things over here. We're going to get rid of those landing lights and remove that. And we are going to search by input and remove these taxi lights. Delete. And I'm now going to find out what Taog's Hangar would like us to use here. And so we'll go landing. So toggle, okay, what's that? Okay. This is a really great bindings guide. It just needs to have the column headers on each page, and it needs to have the footer with these symbols in it. So what is this column here? Altern. So, oh, it's an alternative to the one above it. Okay, so land. Okay, landing light off, landing light on. No, I want to toggle. Yeah, I want to toggle. So AS365 landing light toggle. Again, I assume this was done to make it a bit easier for cockpit builders so they don't have to keep supporting that separately later on. Understandable, probably. Landing light, so we want the toggle here. Landing light toggle, and we just toggle that. Input repetition not required. Is there a taxi light or not? Taxi. There is not. Okay, so are there any other lights that would be useful for me to put onto my other toggle? Anti-collision, landing. Landing light extend. Retract. That requires more than one. Yeah, that's a bit hard. That needs more than a toggle. That needs two switches by the look of it, or a double something with two positions on it. Don't know what I'm going to do about the extend and retract. Searchlight, I'm not going to deal with today. All right, so get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So do we have now... I think that's working. Well, that looks like the landing light's working. It's just that I won't be able to do the extended and retracted setup. What is that reflecting off? It's getting onto there. It's bouncing off something. Anyway, fine, not a problem. We can live with that. Raphael, hi, hello friends, love your videos. Oh, aren't you so kind? What a nice message to get from Raphael. Thank you, very kind of you too to mention that. Thank you very much. You're welcome. So where are we on the checklist? So exterior lights as required, windshield wiper selector. Look at. That's in the upstairs. So slow or fast? Slow, I suppose. Loudspeaker. So how do you actually... Oh, you turn them on downstairs somewhere. So, Peter, I'm actually just going to get those on. Oh, that's mouse wheel again. Caution advisory panel, all lights should be off. They're not. So, what is this one left over? Autopilot, that's not surprising. Landing light is on. Okay, that's good. So, AP. All lights off. Well... Sure. Temperature and pressure is checked, so we've got green across the board here. Sort of a quiet interior sound, isn't it? It's a bit like the Cabri. The default Cabri's got a loud exterior and a quiet interior. Most helicopters are reasonably balanced. This one feels a bit quiet in the interior. Just make sure I don't have headphone simulation on. I don't think I do. Sound. Headphone simulation is off. Loudest limited, that's all fine. That's what I want on here. Good. Everything's where it needs to be over there. Excellent. Good, good, good. All right. So we're fine down here. We'll get this flight plan in soon. Engine and flight instruments checked. And do we have all the controls? All the controls working. So there's our pedals. There's our cyclic. There's our collective. Okay, so that's all working. I just need to get the beep trim sorted out, and I think that might be the last control I need in order to get flying with the 365. That's all checked. Pre-taxiing checklist, autopilot, make sure, okay, so now we do some switching on of things down here. So, what about, I'll put GPS, okay, that almost gets me there. So we just turn on the lane 1, and I think we just make sure that those are all switched on. Lane 2. All indicators should be lit up green. I think they are. Autopilot test. First flight of the day. Set test switch to run. Digit 0 appears at end of sequence. Alright, so I think it just sort of couples and uncouples everything. Oh, I'm going to get this ASE and SAS on something. 0. Okay, so 0 issues, I guess. That's good. Radio navigation systems. Okay, tested. Well, we're going to need to do some setup for our flight. Now, right. I think I'm just going to be an ASE the whole time. The automatic stability equipment, or automated stability equipment, as opposed to stability augmentation system. I think that's correct. So, yes, let's get our comms sorted out. I notice all the radios are off. What would be the best view for this, Matthew? Maybe On. And we might use the ADF. That's all fine. Yeah, all right, okay, fine. So let's just start to look at Navigraph here. So we are going to fly the helicopter main route indicated lines to get out of here and get out to the North Sea. So I'll need Navigraph for that, Matthew. So Navigraph charts. So that's our route out here. So here we are over in Aberdeen. Noise abatement, put very simply, we don't fly over the town, so we depart north if we can. We've got a tailwind of about 8 knots, I believe. Let's see now, it's about 7 knots right now if we're going to take off to the north. I don't know what the tail limit is, the tailwind limit is for the 365. If someone's feeling really kind, they could have a look in the manual for me. Yeah, Space Cadet, you had a bit of sticker shock about the price. What price and in what currency is that showing for you, Space Cadet? I'd be interested to know. Just tell people what currency you're seeing and what price you're seeing. Josh, you like the sound of the Fenestron? Let's just enjoy that for a moment then. Whee! There it is. Let's get this on a slightly slower. There we go. That's the Fenestron sound right there. Not mixed spatially. It's in the center, even though it's off on my right now. It's interesting. Never get an audio engineer to test these things. All right, so that's centered. And oh, now it's fading off. Yeah, I just wonder, I'm not sure if that's panning correctly. So, interesting. And would be absolutely not the first time I've seen that in a development. It's very common in 2024, especially when people are converting from 2020. So that's not the case with this Taog Hangar Dauphin. During the conversion, it resets the emitter into the rotor mast, and the position of the tail rotor sound is not correct. I've seen that on multiple developments, probably about 3 now. Doesn't seem to be the case here, but it's just not spatial. So when I have it on my right, it's still coming through in the center. So yeah, okay. So 50 US for you, Space Cadet. And JB Vox 55 euro. Yep. So it's up there. I didn't see the Australia dollar price, so just for disclosure, I have been supplied a copy for the purposes of review, and hopefully for you maybe learning something from me blundering around here. I have read the manual. Andrew Tsusis, always good to see you along. Great to have you along. And Adam Toast, yeah, back in Scotland, Aberdeen for our run out to the North Sea. So things that we need to get sorted out here. So charts that I want. We've got some published helicopter departures here. So we're going to be doing runway 16, like I said. And we'll need that Aberdeen VOR 1143. In fact, I might just say that now, and I might get that both onto nav 1 and 2. I think would be sensible for the Aberdeen VOR. So nav and nav 1143. Yeah, nice clicky radios there, like that. And swap those, and 114. Actually, before I swap that, let's just make sure that I'm happy with everything here. So where's my DME readout? Where do I see my DME in the range? Here we go. So nav VOR. Range is still not there. ADF. Why am I not seeing range? 1143. VOR 1. 1143 on VOR 1. And now I can't operate that properly from that angle. 143 on. I'll get it on the second radio as well. Just a little bit not reactive there. Ah, right. So I'm getting range on VOR 2, but not VOR 1. That's a bit odd, don't you reckon? that might be a small issue when I get to doing the ILS later on. Course heading. I'm probably missing something obvious here. Source select, it's off to the right, that looks correct. VOR, they are now equal, so that's working. Nice, alright, that's fine. So our departure, that's actually the wrong departure, Matthew. We need the runway 34. As I said, we are not taking off with the wind, we're taking off with a tailwind. Yeah, 70 Australian dollars, Andrew, yep. And Pete, 47 Great British Pounds. Yep, it's up there. It's up there. I mean, you do get kind of two helicopters for the price of one, the Dauphin and the Dolphin. Look, I'm not here to justify it. It's up to you to decide whether it's worth it for you or not. You can watch this video and decide if that helps you. I'll have some more content, of course, coming up on the Dolphin and Dauphin. So hopefully that will help to make up your mind about the whether that price feels worth it for you. I guess, you know, they've put in considerable effort with it, and they have ended up with two helicopters, probably a bit more than what they anticipated when they set out on the project, I imagine. So the departure is, we're going to do the Nobel one, and we're going to sort of take one of these routes out here. And in fact, might have been good for me to have planned that. So I think we're doing 8-3. So the idea is with these main helicopter routes is that you go out on a odd numbered radial on the Aberdeen VOR, and you come in on an even number. So that's how they get separation out at sea. So we do this. For after noise abatement, we're going to turn right to Nobel. After Nobel, intercept HMRI 077 and greater at 40 miles from Aberdeen. So what do I do before then, though? That's the only thing that confuses me about that. I'm going to be hitting that radial really early, so I'm going to make it. I'll make it 8-3. Course 8-3, and then I'll just reassess when we get going. So I can't get that on 3. Okay, that's not good. I need to be able to set that correctly, and at the moment I can't. So maybe there's a way to cheat and do that somewhere else. That's just bouncing right past my target there. I need to have that final level of control. I mean, I'll make it 8-5. So yes, we are on this side. The course deviation indicator showing that we need to fly left. So let's just we'll get our runway heading in, and so the runway was runway 34. No runway track on here, so I'll just put 34 in for the heading. Yeah, it's a bit disturbing that I can't get the correct course lined up in there. Not what I want. Do I have to uncage that? No? Okay, that's done. So yeah, so we climb up, and once we are out of noise abatement, we're going to turn right, which we kind of already are. We're going to turn right and intercept Nobel. And I might just be doing that off the map, off the GPS, Nobel, because I don't have track out there. I mean, I could, what could I do? ADF, nav, course, this one VOR2. Am I missing how to get this onto VOR1? Got a standby indicator up here, that's also fine. Okay, I'm just going to have to just do it just by following along on the VOR, the GPS chart. Not ideal, but we'll make it work. Hello, 60 people on YouTube and 2 on Twitch. Great to have you along. Did you see the pop-up box on the course knob? Says Conqueror. The numbers are different. Oh dear, course. Yes, that says 84. Well, I wanted 83, but that says 82. Ha! Oops, that's not quite right. So thanks for spotting that, Conqueror. You are 100% correct. That is brilliant. I appreciate you. How do I get this on VOR1? And where is my main CDI source? Camera profile normal. Okay. So do I need the GPS for this? We're on VLOC. I could change that, the OBS source I should say, OBS course. Oh, okay, 083 as I said I wanted. message. Oh, no arrival airport. Oh, let's get that sorted out. So this will only take a second. So we want, let's just get the nice view on this, seeing as I've taken the time to set it up. GPS. So we want menu. We want to, we don't want that menu. We want system. Do we? No, we want flight plan, menu. That's what we want. And we want to import from file. I've already set this up. If you want to follow along this route with me, I have posted on the Discord the route. Okay, no bail. Okay, 38,000 feet. That's a no. I'm not going that high. I'm probably doing about 3,000. I'll do 2,000. No, 3,000 on the way out, and we'll reconsider when we come back in. So that's that. So I can't switch the CDI on here, and I'm just not seeing just at the moment where to do it on here. So it looks like we might all be, I might be reading the manual briefly when we get going, so that's not going to stop me from getting going, because all we need to do here is get ourselves on the runway 34 when this chart loads. And we're going to do that by taxiing down here. So I need to do almost a 180 to get out here. Pilot boy, brighten your GNS. Okay, pilot boy, sure. Back. System status setup. Why is the brightness so hidden here? Charts, checklist. I've forgotten where it is as well. So that is now backlight. Auto, external. What does that mean? Don't know. But that looks like it's brighter now. Pilot boy, I hope that's satisfactory. Surprise world, I think. MSFS have crossplay like PS5 and PC. No. Once you're in PS5, you are not able to connect to users on Windows, I'm afraid. Oh dear, as I just lost some water. Okay, this is my drinking problem. Alright, so parking brake off. Let's try a little taxi here. Is that a little bit too zoomed in? Just try and get that right. Alright, let's have some... Sorry it came across like that, cheers. Don't worry, I'm just messing with you, pilot boy. Glad to have the feedback too. You're right, it did need to go brighter. Alright, so let's get moving forwards. How much collective do I need? I'm just edging forward on the cyclic. That is not enough by itself. So we'll just bring a little bit of collective in and we'll get moving. This is the first time I have moved. There it comes. First time I have moved the Dauphin. I'm a little bit far back now, aren't I? So let's... Why can't I get this... Yeah, that's better. Now I'm too far forward. Alright, so leaning out here. A little bit of cyclic needed as well to stop it from heeling over, especially with those the narrow track on the aft wheels there, main landing gear. And once we're moving, we can just relax on the collective. I feel like my head tracking is not very good today. I might have blocked it. I've got this new, I'm very happy with my new Corsair Xenon Edge monitor that I've got down here where I can see my video preview in my chat. Let's have a look at this. Oh yeah, there's your new Dolphin with no passengers. Interesting. Once I got above a certain speed, it wasn't very reactive to tail rotor inputs anymore. Curious. I do not believe it has nose wheel steering. It's just car steering, so you steer basically with your tail rotor. That's why you need a bit of collective as well. Yeah, I might just need to revisit my head tracking. I think I've not left quite enough space for it down there. I can just raise my monitor up a bit. All right. This is excitement. Yes, so we cross a little helicopter runway here as well, but I'll just use the main runway, the 3-4 runway. I don't know if these other ones are actually still in use at Aberdeen. Right, anyone on final? No. Well, they would also be coming in from this way as well at Aberdeen. Oh, that's not great, but do you know what I'll do? Is I'm going to do a quick little hover check here. I mean, we're already past the hold bar there, but I'm going to do a quick hover check here. I didn't check the toe brakes either. So, a quick hover check. So we've got ASE on, I believe, is up. Yeah, my head tracking is not performing. I'm just going to lift my monitor a bit. A little bit unprofessional. That might work a bit better now. Yeah, that's already seems slightly improved. So I might just need to have a bit of a rethink about how I do that. All right, so let's reset that view. Thank you. And a quick hover check here. Right and right. I don't know how much right pedal's required. Lifting the collective. I don't. So that's. What limit are we hitting? Gearbox limit? Delta NG is still fine. Being very gentle here, and we are airborne. Slightly granular feel in the roll there, with the cyclic assist. Not the assist. The quite spongy in the pedals. Yeah, I notice a slightly granular effect in the roll. But we've achieved a hover. Before I actually lift off though, I'm going to go and hold back behind the bar, so I will just back up a bit here. Not really what you'd want to do in real life. That's a very loud dog. Okay, so down we go. The owners are yelling at it. That always helps. That always helps a noisy dog, doesn't it? Okay, so we've settled back down there. That was reasonably benign. Just notice a slightly granular effect in the roll when we were rolling there. I need to get the... Why is my AP light on? Why does that look like that? Oh, is it just Have I left that on test? No. Test off. Right. Okay, I don't know if that would have had an effect on anything. So we need to just get some trim settings in here as well. I've already cleared out my existing trim, so I need to get joystick base. I need to do beep trim. AS365 beep trim. Okay, great. Up, down, and I think I go up. I think I go right. I'll need to have input repetition on all of these. I think I go left, and I think I go down. So down on the hat switch is the AS365 beep trim down. One of two very valuable community members have already warned me about that, or helped me guess that one. Input repetition is on. Seems to be on across the board there. That's what we want. So I don't really want to change that right now, although do I? I don't know if I can test that on the ground. So modes. What we're going to be doing is we're not going to be engaging alt hold or airspeed. Well, we could try heading. So we've got the runway heading in there. I am also not going to do vertical speed. So with vertical speed, you will lose height. Sorry, you will lose speed as you gain altitude. So what I will do is have airspeed hold, despite the fact that, as I said, I wasn't going to use that. So I'm going to have airspeed hold on. I'm going to try and attain about 80 knots on the runway. And then I'm going to engage airspeed hold. And so that will then pitch the helicopter to maintain that airspeed, and therefore it's the collective that controls your vertical speed. So that's what I'm going to do there, and I might just get the heading on as well for runway heading. So once we lift off and we're all making progress, it'll be heading, it'll be airspeed hold on first and then heading. Then we'll level off at 3,000, which is where we need to be at by Nobal. So we can get rid of this now. And then I'll see if I can get this VOR hold on. I'm a little bit concerned about it based on what I've seen so far, because maybe I haven't quite figured it out yet. So let's feel like I'm not fully happy with this view yet. Alright, creeping forward. Parking brake is off. I think a little bit of ground roll noise there. I can always tune that with a bit more from FSRealistic Plus if I want to. How's the balance between me and the audio, please? I feel the audio, interior audio is reasonably quiet in the Dauphin, so I have turned it up. Now, I've got to make sure I'm on the right runway here, which I'm not yet, so I need to come around to this one because there's a weird intersection down here. Rough landings. What do I mean by granular effect? I could see the aircraft. Thanks, Conqueror. I could see the aircraft moving in grains. It was going. It's just an effect of the stabilization. I don't know that it's a problem. I just noticed it. The helicopter audio T-player is a bit quiet for you. I've just taken up a few little steps there. Dogs are coming in loud and clear, at least. Snowmanson. It's a very large dog. It looks like a working dog that people have got in a townhouse here, and it doesn't really seem very fair on the dog, if you ask me. But then again, what do I know? I'm not a dog owner. Not quite sure why I'm getting those limit lights, that limit warning happening when I'm so far below the limit. There is my Delta NG, so I need to stay below 0 on that. I haven't actually fully comprehended all of this, but I believe we've got some one engine limits there. And presumably a takeoff limit there as well. So I think we're ready to roll. So let's do it, people. Ready? Oh, shall I run a takeoff checklist? Is there one? Is there a takeoff checklist? Pre-taxiing, I've done all of those. Collective pitch lever released. Okay, well that's it. In flight. Oh, taxiing, right. Parking brake is released. Takeoff and hovering. Hover in ground effect, we did that. Warning lights are all fine. Retract landing gear at best climb speed VY. I think that's 75. Approach not needed yet. Alright, so landing gear is going to come up at 75. Looking down the end of the runway, Matthew. So let's pull this collective. Parking brake is off. Pull collective. Concentrating down the end of the runway. Pulling more collective. Engine noise comes up a little bit. There's that granular effect again. I can really sense it actually. Well within our limits here. More nose down. Yeah. Alright, there's the trim working correctly. Great, good. So there's 75 knots, gear comes up. Beautiful. Gear is up, and now we can do... Whoa, 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 whoa. That was not nice. Bit of a flangey sound effect there as well. So I want to not be below 80 knots on this climb out. Slightly unanticipated, or very obviously unanticipated effect there in the pitch. Is it because I'm leaning on the pedal? So airspeed hold, heading hold. Why are we pitching up? That's not good. All right, so let's try and get that working again. Why did it not hold my airspeed? Did I not have couple on? As I was supposed to do that first. Alright, so we'll try and build up our airspeed again. Probably operator error, I would think. So we're already at 2,300. So it's probably going to be going straight to altitude hold at this rate. So a couple needs to go on first. Airspeed hold. Now what's going to do now, it's going to lift the nose up to maintain that. Take my feet off the pedals. Terrible habit. Heading hold. There we go. I just didn't have couple on. Right, so have we done our noise abatement? I'm sure we have. can't see my aircraft indicator on here. Oh yes I can. So I need Nobile, so we need to start this right turn immediately. Heading. Try 73 initially. Head tracking can come off now. Landing light can come off. Well, here we are, we're flying. So I've just gone slightly over that line. What does GPS have to say? What track do I need, please, GPS? .083, desired track. Does my heading bug work? Oh! Happy days, that does work. That's great. So my existing heading binding works. And I've shot through 3,000 feet because I was inattentive. So again, we're going to keep the altitude, sorry, airspeed hold on, but we're going to lower the collective and try and capture 3,000 feet so I don't get shouted at by air traffic control in my imagination. So I'll try and level it out when we get close to 3,000 and then I will... Okay, that's good for Nobile. Side track 083. We've got blade slap as we're descending. As the North Sea beckons on our crew transfer pretend mission that we're doing. Out to the North Sea. The Shelf Drilling Fortress is the name of the platform we're going to. Rather grand name. Landing light apparently is still on. That is now definitely off. Maybe I didn't have that on for takeoff. So I'm just very slightly unclear about at what point I'm supposed to intercept, because it says you intercept at 40 miles, which seems a bit strange to me. So we're only 5 nautical miles range from Aberdeen now. That's going up now. The Aberdeen VOR is not in the airport. So I'm going to try and intercept 82 a bit early. So I'm going to be taking a left-hand turn, but we'll just concentrate on this altitude capture first. So we're at 3,500 now, and I'm going to be clicking on the altitude, and that'll capture our 3,000 feet for us. I've now had this aircraft for 2 hours, so I think I'm not doing too badly. Not doing too badly. Is there an A trim, an automatic trim? Yeah, it sure is, Pilot Boy. I think that's just the standard way of flying the AS365. So yes, there is automated trim. It's all switched on. So it's on the whole time. On to ASE. Automatic stabilization equipment, I think is what that stands for. So here comes 3,200. I'm going to start pulling the collective now to reduce the rate of descent, and we're going to try and get it so that it smoothly captures 3,000 when I hit alt. Unlike the S76, there's not an altitude pre-select, so it's not going to level off for you. This is a 3-axis autopilot. There is no collective coupling in the Dauphin. There is in the Dolphin. That's a whole other story. I might have to do a little tutorial video about the Dolphin's autopilot later. So here comes 3,000 right now. So we're going to hit the altitude hold, and notice when I do so, the airspeed hold will come off. Whoa, what did I just change? Mouse wheel interaction. So here comes 3,000 right now. Almost. Alt hold. Airspeed hold comes off. Nose pitches up. Now when I pull the collective, we will increase in speed, and I'm going to really go for it. And the other thing we need to sort out is we're just going to try and capture this 083 radial, even though that says 082, from Aberdeen. So I'm going to do a little left-hand turn here. Oh, actually, have we passed Nobile yet? Oh, we've just gone slightly to the north. I can just tell the GPS I want to go to this one, so we've missed it by a mile. Activate leg. Yes. Map. Out. Why is it not magenta? Why has it gone over there? GPS fail. Not what I wanted to see. Alright, well, I activated the next leg, and now something else is highlighted to the left. That's not what not what I wanted. Pilot boy, maybe you need to press the button when maneuvering like in the 145. Sure, yes, actually, I mean, you did right. I actually didn't use the trim release at all. And yes, I'm sure, Pilot boy, I'm quite sure that would have beaten the trim. I actually don't know what the... Actually, probably you're right. Probably I should have done that. I'm not quite sure what the actual procedure is. So how are we going here? We've got 120 knots on. I'm going to try and intercept this radial, so I'm going to turn to the left, and I'm going to ask for it to capture the VOR. So VOR capture is armed. It's going to take a while to come over there, I think. I'm just going to cheat and just bring this around a bit and see how far over it is. Yeah, so we've got quite a bit of flying over here to do before we get there. So 083 is what we want. That's what I said. So what happened to my GPS? That's not desired. Not desired. Flight plan. So activate leg. So not 2 Nobel, 257. I want to activate that leg. Okay, that time it worked. Did I push the wrong button last time? There we go. That's... I know it looks like I'm going off to the left, which I am. But I want to... So what's the desired track? 6.9. Okay, so I think maybe I should have just checked that a little bit more carefully earlier on. I want the... 16... No, yes. 16... No, 3-4 copter departures, and I want a track that's a bit closer to this one. So maybe 077. It's not much different, is it? So we'll try a slightly different track here. Alright, that's a slightly shallower intercept. No, is that right? So the desired track is 6.9. Oh yes, no, it's got it closer. Skolalatanya. Exactly, you need to have trim release press when using stick. Yep. In the 76, you just operate it. There is a trim release, but you just operate it with, well, they call it attitude mode on the entire time. Okay, 3,000 feet or slightly above it. Got 120 knots on there. I've got plenty of spare performance. I'm lifting collective a bit more. Let's keep an eye on what this torque is doing down here. I believe that's our one engine limit on torque. So interestingly, that's lower because it's gearbox limited when you've got one engine. Curious that I've got different outputs from each engine. Might need a bit of checking later on. What is that marker there about 1.3? Well, what's happening here? Oh, we've got the VOR capture. Excellent. There we go. Good machine. Good autopilot. Pilot boy, the interior sounds like it's in a hover. So you feel like you're still getting that ground effect kind of noise back at you, pilot boy. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting, pilot boy. I wonder if you might be onto something there. Oh boy. Am I ready for showtime in terms of this ILS arrival? And also, why have I not been able to change the OBS source? The rotor sound, yeah. Alright, so we captured 077, my slightly updated, it's supposed to only be at 6.9, but I'll just have a look on here. So we're going to intercept 077, is the 40's departure. After I've intercept HMRI 077 and greater. So I'm at, what did I say? 79, wasn't it? 78. Oh. Again, that's slightly different, isn't it? 79? Yeah. Okay, that's not messed up the navigation, so that's good. Pilot boy, I thought the Dauphin was the Dolphin. Yeah, it's a twin pack. We've got a Dauphin and a Dolphin. I'll be referring to the AS365 N2, the French civilian one, as the Dauphin, and the one that was built for the US Coast Guard, the MH65 or the H865, I'm going to call that the Dolphin, because that's what the US Coast Guard calls it, I believe. So that's why I'm using both words there, Pilot Boy. I hope that makes sense. 140 knots, there we go. That's faster than those HPG machines could comfortably fly. They used to really freak out if you went too fast in them. Maybe the H160 was a bit better, but that had some other issues. So this is flying along quite nicely now. Happy with that. Hello viewers on both YouTube and Twitch. What stands out to you so far in what you've seen and what you've heard? What's the balance like? If that sounds a bit too much, I can always just bring that back down a little bit over there. Exterior view. Very nice rotor coning. No, Pilot Boy, they've got very different avionics systems, and the Dolphin has a more sophisticated autopilot. The Dolphin has collective coupling, so it's a 4-axis autopilot, and it's got some hover augmentation functionality, which this one does not. So I've taken just the slightly more simple one today, just to keep it, make it a bit easier. Very nice. Very nice effect on the panels with that light just picking up the slight deformation of the panels here. I like that a lot. Good. Yeah, plenty of detail in here. Seems that they've not used the decal method for the rivets. It looks like they're actually pressed into, well, unless you can have a negative decal, I'm not quite sure actually. So MSFS 2024 has got a slightly different system there. Yeah, you like the Fenestron wine? That's what they look like. Oh, slight phasing effect again in the sound. Oh, there's the DME equipment. Why did I not sort that out before? So there's a few things I need to work out for the manual. So this is what the autopilot's doing right now. It's giving us a bit of nose down pitch. We're at 100. I could probably even just pull that a bit harder. Not quite sure why my engines are not synchronized. I find that slightly strange. Landing gear twisted and bent into the body. Well, it doesn't have external doors, does it? So, just pop back outside for you. So it doesn't sort of fold against the. So I don't think it's colliding with the cowling up there. Oop, level of detail issue there. Bit of a quirk. Yeah. Yeah, good detail up there. Nice bright lights. Been a bit of a journey with MSFS exterior lighting, hasn't it? Like some aircraft are now much too faint, the exterior lights. Alright, so we're on that 7.9 radial, aren't we? Or have I messed that up? 7.9, that's good. So there'll be just a very slight disagreement with the GPS here because I didn't program it in properly. So we will be a bit... Oh no, we're actually not as bad as I thought. In fact, we might even come around to a 7.7 radial. So what's the desired track, please? Flight plan. 70 already. So let's come around a few degrees on here. So 7.9, 7.7. It says 7.8 now, so I don't know what to believe. 7.5. So that'll just nudge us over onto that new track. So I'm sort of not really doing this properly. Okay, beautiful clear approach for our oil rig. Oh, there's some offshore wind generation. Nice. DLSS doesn't treat that absolutely beautifully. It's good that it's included though. Good stuff. So, manual. Oh, Snow Mountain, always like new release day. Got to learn a whole new way of doing things, absolutely. Just now getting the hang of the BO105. Now these two to learn. There's a little bit more going on here with than with the BO105, I've got to say. A lot more functionality. So Hex Chroma risks, the force trim, in my hover test, I just went a bit too fast and didn't test it properly. So I just tested that the hover worked, which it did. I noted that granular effect. If I'd had the trim release in, it would have been fine. So with the Dauphin, you do need to get a specific binding in for that, and I'll just show you what it looks like. Search by input, that's the wrong controller. Search by input. Oh, it's just messed up the helicopter in the background there. Joystick base, oh, why didn't that work? Okay, I'll just, instead of messing up my helicopter each time, I'll go specific, and trim, I said. So, you need to, well, I've chosen to go to have both a press and a release. And so you need to have the press with input repetition, and you need to have the release, so it's a separate binding on release on the same switch. So I push the switch in, and the trim is released for as long as I hold it, and then when I release it, the simulator gets the release command, and then 2 seconds later, the aircraft will trim to the new position of the stick. I've got a centering stick right now. I've just given the Moser a rest today because I just wanted to keep this really simple. So I've got the centering Orion 2 loaded up today. Okay, that's looking just fine up there, and as I said, there's a bit of a disagreement down here because of the way I did it. So I'm going to ask... Oh, okay, this is what I needed. I needed to change the OBS source, so I'm just going to have a quick look at the manual. How to change the OBS source. Knobs, observe, knobs, observe. What if I search for OBS source? Okay, no results for OBS source. I need to change this from VOR to nav, and I can't do it from here. I notice that the seat... Oh, OBS. Okay, maybe I can do it from here. So, we are going to hold heading. I said hold heading. Oh, and I didn't synchronize it first, did I? Poor practice. Oh, that's close enough. And then I'm going to ask it to... Flight plan. Oh, it already has activated that leg. I'm going to ask it to... change the Oh, that's the OBS course. No, I need the OBS source. Alright, so what's the desired track? We're going to have to do it manually until I figure this out. Desired track is 011. So that should work there for as long as it takes me to work out how to change the navigation source. Okay, that's all fine over there. We can leave the Aberdeen VOR up here. It's 40 miles now. That's fine. That's going off because we are deviating from that. I'm not concerned about that right now, although I do wish that I could get the GPS onto here, which I have not yet figured out. Course, nav, or is that just what I do there? Oh, that's all it is. It's just called GPS, that's all. So that was way easier than I thought. So let's just get back over here and ask for it to capture the nav. It has already captured it. Yeah, it's moved from... Okay, it's turning out a bit further than I thought it would. Just keep an eye on that. Oh, okay, it wants us to go that way? No. Oh, no. Yeah, I think it's just taking us a little bit far out to the right there, because the CDI is coming in now. Here it comes. Alright, it worked. I think it just turned us out a bit far. Probably I didn't really follow correct procedure. Try flight director, then nav button. I don't actually have the flight director on. So Conqueror, I think it's I think we've got it there now, so I think that's alright. One area of confusion that I absolutely am going to have to figure out is how to get VOR1 onto here. Or do you do it on the side? Yes, you do it on the side. So for the ILS approach later, does that mean you can only do it from the co-pilot side? How do you do that properly? Or can I put the ILS into nav2 and will it still fly it? I guess I'll find out later, won't I? I can always have it on both. I don't think that's a problem. Just find it slightly... I just didn't realise this in reading the manual, that I only have VOR2 over on this side. Just would have thought that I'd be able to select all of them. Okay, 22 nautical miles to go. What did I want? The other thing I was interested in was the tailwind limit. Tailwind limits, no. Performance limitations, airspeed limits. Is that what I want? Oh, these are not hyperlinked. So I'm just looking at the menu here. Sorry, the manual. These are not hyperlinked, so I can't click on the thing here. That'd be a really great improvement to making this otherwise excellent manual. Performance and limitations. Maybe I'll just go performance and... So... AS365 power on. Oh, okay. So yellow caution arc 155. What is my airspeed right now? Just get rid of that for a moment. Airspeed is just over 140. Oh, what's that? It's 138 or so. That looks like a might be like a one speed, one engine. Oh, power off auto rotation VNE, red and white line, 135 knots. Okay, so don't exceed 135 knots if you are auto rotating. Good. Yellow caution up, best rate of climb 75, yeah. Maximum wheel braking speed 38, maximum slope for takeoff and landing 10 degrees. Okay. The power on VNE varies with altitude and height. Yeah. Yeah. RPM limits, okay. Transmission limits. What I'm interested in is airspeed limits. Oh, okay. Gas generator speed. Well, we've not come anywhere near that right now. Our delta NG is like -3 or something at the moment, so that's all good. Maximum continuous -3.5. Oh, that's maybe less than I thought. Let's... Oops, sorry. -3.5. Oh, no, we're still well. Oh, that's the yellow arc there. Okay, so we're still well outside of that. The delta NG, that's good. Yeah. Alright. So what I was interested in was the tailwind limitation of the AS365, but I'm not sure if that's included there or not. So we are 16 nautical miles out. When shall we start thinking about this descent, people? So I might just come down to 2,000 already. So if I ask for an airspeed hold and lower the collective, it actually pitched the nose up. No, sorry, the airspeed, sorry, incorrect. I'm actually not quite sure what happened then. There was a bit of a blip and I'm not quite sure what caused it. Whether I didn't do it the right way around or something. Or something else. Who knows? So just getting to grips with the machine. 500 feet per minute going down. We're going to pull the collective a little bit when we get closer to 2,000. We're now at 13.8 nautical miles. So I might take this down to about 1,000 at this rate. Nice and slow. The PMS50 has a page for this. Fly plane nearest procedure, no. Maybe that's something I could learn later. 2,500, we're holding 142 because that's what I asked the autopilot to do. Very good. So my mistake there on the ground was not to have couple and flight director on. Do I want couple on before? Yes, I think I wanted couple and flight director on before I left the ground, and I got a bit confused about this clicking those. The couple is sort of left on the entire time in the S76, so it's a little bit different. Well, we're not too far away from this platform already. We've made quite good progress here at 142 knots, haven't we? Can we see any of these platforms yet? Nope. Yes, gonna have to work out how to do the approach, because I do want to fly an ILS, and it's going to require quite a bit of diligence on the collective, which I've been a bit inaccurate with today. But anyway, let's see how we go. I have had this aircraft now for 2.5 hours, so I'm doing my best. Okay, yeah, nav, good. All right, that's good. That's the mysterious switch that I couldn't figure out before, and I was a bit confused that it's only VOR2 on this side, and I can't see both VOR1 and 2 on the pilot side. Just seems just a slightly strange way for it to work. Marker sensitive. Don't know if the Aberdeen ILS has markers. So only 8 nautical miles to go. We're at still 1,500 feet. I think we're going to need to slow down. So what will be the best way to do that at this point? I think to take airspeed hold. To maybe hold the vertical speed. So we'll ask for it to hold 500 feet vertical speed. And then we'll lower the collective. And that should bring the speed down as well as our altitude. Yes, there, it's coming down now. I'm setting myself up for being a bit too fast and a bit too high at the moment because we're only now 6.8 nautical miles away, so I'm really lowering the collective. See if I can get it down to 80 knots actually, it might be sensible. Is that the platform there? Can't be. Is it? That's another one. That's where we want up there. So we're fine on our lateral navigation. There's the platform. Now I see it. There it is. Okay, 80 knots, 80 knots, 80 knots. That was too slow, Matthew. So let's just start. Pull, collective, pull, collective, pull, collective, pull, collective. Slow down too much. I'm really pulling collective now, and I'm trying to get it to do what I want. So I just let that get a bit out of hand, and we don't need so much. Alright, so now we're climbing. Alright, so that's another screw up on my part. So let's just do it all manually. Let's get that coupling off, let's get that VS off. Oh, it's still on, it says. Poof. Alright, so that was not good. So just choose the selected attitude, release, and center the stick, and that seems pretty good. 70 knots. The helipad is on this side, I think. Might need to get a bit closer. Right, so this is kind of what I wanted last time, but I got myself in a bit of a mess with the autopilot. That's okay, we learn. So let's get the gear down. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put the gear up, and then because someone was a pilot boy talking about it before, we'll just have a little exterior view of the gear coming down. Probably I should be concentrating on the approach, but here's the gear coming down. Nice. All right. Pretty fast retraction and extension. Okay. So I'm lowering collective and I'm raising nose. I need to see that speed come down a bit. So we're descending very fast. And just using the beak trim. Oof. That's the fly-through mode at work there, where I'm just pushing it into the springs effectively. Try and get that to... That's with the trim release in, and I can still see that granularity there in the performance. Okay. Takes a little bit of getting used to, the trim release. The platform's out on that side. How's our wind? 8 knots from the southwest. Not too challenging. This might be a bit better if I'm on this side of the cockpit. Now get used to the meters again. Okay, we're very fast. Nose up, collective down. So that's with the trim release in. Is that lighting up where I thought it was going to light up over here? I don't know if I've got that set up correctly. Meanwhile, I need to perform this landing. Landing light comes on. I mean, we're way too fast right now. Oh, brought that speed down. It's got a bit low there. Disorganized approach. Head tracking is working. Whoa. Flying sideways because I haven't stabilized it properly. Quite soft, spongy pedals. Am I supposed to have my trim release on the entire time here? Whoa, a lot of right pedal was required there. Yeah, so it takes a bit of getting used to like what you're doing with the stability assists. So I've got the trim release just held down now. Just trying to rescue my slightly disorganized approach. Cancel that translational movement. Just overshot this collective slightly. There we go. Down we are. Whew. Parking brake on. How did that look in the end? Oh! Not bad. That was alright. Let's idle these engines. Now, if I... Is there a... Oh, I can't look up there, can I? Will that stop before it actually cuts the engine off? Oh, there's the detent there. Okay, I get it. Alright, so we'll ask those engines to idle. Am I going to get an annoying alarm in the cockpit? Okay, so they still say 66. Your vertical speed is still enunciating down here. Okay, so I've put the fuel control levers down to... Okay. Don't really want that alarm going the entire time. So, right, so we're finally losing rotor RPM. I don't know. Oh, Space Cadet. Yeah, now you've got to remember to put the landing gear down now as well. So much to do on helicopters, isn't it? Will this never end, this workload? Okay, well, I'm not quite sure how to correctly idle the engines now that we're out here at the platform. And maybe maybe the... Okay, I've still got that alarm. Alright, I'll just cheat and just throw the torque all the way up again. Okay, I could have done that a bit more smoothly. Alright, so let's get those doors open. And I'm going to take a very short break, and we'll come back and we'll plan our return back. And if people want to see a particular thing in the 365, I'm looking forward to doing the ILS approach. Anything could happen. I don't know quite what is going to happen. Right, there's the change in audio when the doors open up. There's that. And I'll leave you with some lovely cinematics. So, short break from me, and we'll do some more flying soon, and let me know your requests, what you want to see, and I'll try and include those as well. So, see you very, very, very soon. And just catching up some of the comments on the Discord. Very interesting to see what other people's experiences are with what we are doing here in the Dauphin. It's always a challenge to get to grips with the new machine. Let's get those doors closed and quieten things up a bit. I'd love to see those turn yellow so you know it's in action, so you know you've actually clicked it. Right, I don't think that actually worked. No. if I go all close? Right. Okay. Was that what I was supposed to do in the first place? Okay. Don't know. Don't know. So we have done our crew transfer. Andrew, are you seeing 70 Australian dollars for this? That's interesting. Someone else was saying, oh no, that someone else was saying, yes, I'm sorry, 70 is correct. Yeah. Yeah. What are your thoughts about that? It is 2 helicopters in one. It's the Dolphin and the Dauphin. The Dolphin with its different avionics and different autopilot from what we're seeing here. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of experimentation with the trim release here on the platform. I thought I was going to see something light up over here regarding whether the trim release was in, and I'm just not seeing that. I thought that something lit up on here. Trim release. So that's working. So the trim release, my switch is, excuse me, definitely looking like it's actually activating that. That's what I want. Cargo release, AFCS cut off, beep trim, that's done. All right, so what do we make of this? I thought there was something about the manual about a light lighting up here to let you know that you got trim release on, or fly through mode has been activated. So I think the trim release is working correctly. At least it's getting into the button here on the stick. That's good. Haven't really explored down here too much. Lane light control, lane light is off. I think we're okay here. So I could just do a little hover experimentation here. Yeah, Andrew, and I mean, look, it's more than the average helicopter add-on. Yeah, I think you do need to hold the button. So I'm going to just try it right now. So hover check with the button, and I assume I'm going to need, I'll have the parking brake on, landing gear down, looking straight ahead. Not much of a reference here. A bit more engine noise. Looking straight ahead. Trim release is held down. Raising collective. Up on its hind legs now. Yeah, it feels like it needs... Whoa. Oh, the pedals are really quite soft. I need to look through the towers there just to achieve a kind of a parallax so that I don't over control it, which I feel I'm doing right now. I'm actually, okay, I'm now going to release the trim release and let the stick come back to the center, and then you have to see 2 seconds later it sort of held up. So that was with trim release held down. I'm just going to back off the pad now, and I'm going to land on it again. So I'm pushing through the springs now. Okay. This is without trim release right now. Don't know what the correct use case scenario is. So I'm just sort of pushing it into the spring, and then yeah, it doesn't quite do exactly what you want it to do. It could work. You could land it here with trim release out, but I'm not sure if that's correct. I don't think it is. Pedals not terribly responsive. And back down to the same pad with trim release out this time. I feel like I'm doing a better landing though. Almost a hover augmentation. Last couple of feet. Contact. Lower that last bit of collective, and there we are again. Hopefully right in the middle of the pad. What do we think about that? Yeah, not bad. So you can do it with trim release out. It's just a bit, it's granular. Like I said, you can kind of feel the machine a little bit. Yeah, that's what I mean by granular. Yeah, Andrew, it makes the machine $35 each. Not too bad considering that it's a brilliant reputation from Taog's Hangar. True. You could do without the Coast Guard Dolphin though. Fair point. Yeah, a bit more of a US focus, although it will work very nicely with that new Emergency Dispatcher Pro add-on that's coming from Moravia Softworks. Of course, that's another add-on that you'd pay in order to get more value out of your first add-on, so it's up to you, like, of course, whether you're going to allow that proliferation in all of your flight sim add-ons. So Andrew Tusa said, I'm actually a little bit uncertain about best practice with the trim release. The trim release is working, the button is working. I'm not getting a thing lighting up here, which I thought is what was supposed to happen. I'm not seeing that at all. Okay, I can deal with that. So I'm going to try that same thing again. So I need a lot more nose up than what I've been doing previously. There's 5 degrees, and is it as much as 10 degrees required? Whoa. So trim release is not on right now, and what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to use the hat switch for beating it just to see what happens. I'm going to try and maintain a hover over here. Very soft and slow pedals, takes a little bit of getting used to. Alright, try and achieve a hover over here, and what happens if I beep to the right? Or now beep to the left. Yeah, it just goes into the attitude. Goes into the attitude, which I think is probably what I expected. And I'm just going to do one more landing, but this time with the trim release on. So those pedals just very. I'm going to come over here a bit. Oop. Yeah, you need to just look out a bit further if you possibly can. Not much of a parallax kind of situation here to allow me to do a better job here. I'm just oscillating because I'm just not looking far enough out. Collective down. Oh, and then I let go. That was so I let go of the trim release when I was lowering the collective, and then it heeled over. So that was, I think my timing was not great there. So yes, that's what we did that time. So that was probably my worst of my landings. Snowmanson, oh, you just watched the ED Pro demo stream the other day. Glad it's not a subscription. Yeah, I agree. Hoping it works as good as it looked in the game. Yeah, well, I mean, that was months ago now, so he's done a lot more work, and I've installed the latest thing. He's given me a special link for the latest release candidate, although I think he's still working on it. So I'll have a look at that too, and I'll absolutely 100% get Matt back on the channel again, because he was an absolute hoot. So we'll have a laugh there, and we'll be able to do it in the US Coast Guard Dolphin, which will be adding a nice realistic touch. So let us actually start heading back. So in the GPS, we want, okay, I think that's correct, 5 7s, or do we want to get straight to Petox? No, we want to activate the next leg. So flight plan, activate the leg to Petox. Yes, that's correct. So that's what we want. Good. And the desired track is, flight plan is 011. Surely not. Desired track 011. It can't be. It's 230. Oh, that's the, yes, that's it's 230, Matthew. Right, so 230. So let's just get that into the heading selector here. So we've got something sorted out. Oh, in fact, because we're still on nav, it's picked that up, and we'll get the. I'll show you the approach, but we won't get it. I'm going to cheat a little bit here. So we want arrivals for runway 16. So we're going to fly in the opposite the way that we flew out, because that's what the noise abatement is like there. Star. Copter arrivals for runway 16. So this is kind of the reverse. So we want to get into Petox, and maybe we want 230. Maybe we want to come in, what's the inverse of that? 50 degrees, isn't it? Oh, we've got one there at 50. So we could also use, I think we'll just proceed direct Petox. I mean, we are supposed to use that. So we've still got the VOR in here, but this time we want 050. 050 VOR2. It's not, we're not picking it up here on this VOR, interestingly, so maybe we'll just need to get airborne for that to work. But I've still got the heading bug in there, so that's my little backup. I think that's all okay, and we'll do it at 3,000 feet again. So this time I'll couple and get the flight director on. I don't quite know why we've still got VS on there. That seems to me to be wrong. So I will once more try the airspeed hold once we lift it here. So we've got this wind from the south. I'm going to try and head in that direction initially, or we'll do a sort of a 2-engine sort of helicopter pickup here and sort of pick up backwards with the trim in or out. I'll do it with the trim in, but we know that we need a lot of aft stick here. Yeah, that's a fail. So at the moment the trim is not, we've got too much trim in. So if I trim release, we'll do it again. Try and pick up that nose here. There we go. So this one would not have worked properly without the trim release. Okay, taking off backwards, lift it, keep that H in your view so that you, so that you can get back down in your view, so you can get back down to the same pad if you need to. I haven't done anything with the radar altimeter yet. Well, I'm doing a terrible job of this, but come on. There we go, that's a bit better. All right. So, oh dear. And that was letting go of the trim release. Oh, that was not pleasant. Oof, that was very unpleasant. And what do you want to do now, Dauphin? So we're in an annoying oscillation. So maybe I just didn't release properly. So release center. Oh, come on. Really? What am I doing wrong there? It's supposed to hold the new attitude. Is it because I've got this coupled? Hold the new attitude. Okay, now it's fine. So don't attempt that with couple on. Oof. So we need some airspeed here. So nose down. So I'm using the hand switch for that. Nose down, pulling collective. Maybe that's a little bit too much now. We're still climbing though. We've still got performance to spare. 1,500. So, airspeed hold. Couple. And now it'll already take off. So, heading hold now, because we're well clear of the platform over there. Okay, how are we looking? So, we're heading the right way. We're still climbing. I can raise the gear. Landing light can come off. In fact, it was off. Typical. You can see the land. And I'm going to set up for our RLS approach once. Well, I'll just get on to 3,000 feet. So we will... Oh, thank you, CPLH Matze. What do I call you, Matze? So lowering the collective now to get on to 3,000 feet. So we're holding 3,000 feet, pulling collective now to increase the speed. So I needed the TR helper and the tablet. That's what I didn't do. Thank you. That's really helpful. So, cockpit. Okay, don't know. Heli-tow, wet and balance autopilot, FD coupler. Oh, I don't want that. Exterior, cockpit, door, gameplay, controls. Okay. Fly through off, no, reduce trim, AFCS annunciations, additional AFCS help lights. Oh, that's what that's called. So, yeah, there it is now. That's what we wanted. Good. Okay, that's helpful. So, I mean, I've sort of worked out that it was working anyway, but that's good to know. Thank you, Natsu. What else can I do there? So we mute the low rotor up in the overhead. Thank you for that as well. That's a recorder lighting cabinet. Is it notices? Off, standby. Oh, horn on and off. Oh, that might be good to have that on a binding. 40 BC47 for trim release. You need to assign press and release binding to the same button. Have done that. Correct. For the release input, you want to deactivate input repetition and activate set control and release. Have done that. So I've done all of those. I did that before we actually started. That's the one thing I knew I had to get right before we actually started the stream. So that's all been done. Thank you very much. Right, I'm still on heading hold, so I can go nav, or actually, so I've got VOR, that's the radial that I wanted. So what I could do is just go left here a little bit on the heading hold, and we'll try and capture the VOR properly. And then we're going to be doing a little direct. I'm going to show you on the approach in a moment. The ILS is sort of designed for doing a hold, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to go straight in. So we're going to imagine that ATC has given us a clearance direct. So I'll show you that in a second. So that should now be coming in now. So I'm going to ask for it to hold VOR. Nothing has happened. It's armed, but it hasn't captured yet. It'll just slowly capture, I think. I think that's all correct, and I think that will be fine. Yeah. So what about the approach? So there's our 050 radial. It'll be coming into Petox. I'm going to ask my imaginary ATC for a direct into the initial approach fix. And so let's get that looking right on here. Approach. ILS DME. Runway 16, correct. So interestingly, the Aberdeen VOR is actually not on the localizer path there. So we will ask to go from Petox direct to Aberdeen VOR, which will be kind of correct for an intercept on the localizer anyway. So 1099, how are we going to do that? VOR 2. I think we are going to need... I don't understand. Who's got priority here? Co-pilot or pilot? What's flashing at me? VOR. Oh, because we're doing it. We've armed. That'll capture soon and stop flashing, I guess. I'm not quite too sure who has priority here on the OBS selector. So I assume I'm going to need to get the ILS onto my nav2 radio, but at the moment, okay, we'll get this radial captured. God, you have to think about this because you can't switch it from the pilot station. I can't have both VOR1 or 2 to choose from over here. Interesting. Okay, we can do our decision height down here as well. Speaking of, what is our decision height? It's 405, so let's get that dialed in here. No, that's... No! On! There we go. I haven't been paying attention to this at all, and that pop-up is not in a very helpful place. 405. We'll make it 410. So we should get a beat to tell us that that's all worked. And so we're going to want to have both the localizer and the glide scope selected. Glide slope selected. Or armed. Keeping an eye on this. 45 nautical miles now for the Aberdeen VOR. We can go slightly faster. So this time I'm going to just focus on doing a bit of descent. I'm actually going to let the speed decrease first. So I got a bit too fast on that first descent and then got myself in a mess with everything else. So that wasn't great. We'll try and do better this time. So 1099 is what we're going to want. I can get that. No, I can't get into... How do I get it to hold VOR 1 now? And so in other words, how do I get it, the priority to work from the Copilot side? I'm just not quite sure how that works in the Dauphin just yet. Does the Copilot not have autopilot? No. The panel's only on the pilot side. How's our fuel? 1 is burning more fuel than 2. 1 has been consistently operating at a higher RPM. Maybe I should try and transfer some fuel. So we want to transfer from 1 to 2. Oh, what have I just changed? Oh my god, these, I do not like mouse wheel interactions on switches. Don't like it. I'd much rather these were clickable. Alright, so transfer pump. I want to get from 1 to 2, so I think I turn it this way. Yeah, there we go. So I want to get 1 and 2 equalised. Why is engine 1 burning faster the entire time? Not sure. A little bit mysterious. So the art here will be to not forget that we've got fuel transfer happening. Interestingly, we don't get a warning on the panel. I would have thought that having the transfer on would be worth a warning light up here, but that's not how it's designed. So we will live with that. Actually, we don't want to pump from 1 to 2. We want to pump from 2 to 1. That was the wrong way around, Matthew, and now the gap's even wider, so let's fix that. Alright, that should actually fix it this time instead of making it worse. Excellent. Excellent. Are people learning stuff about the Dauphin watching this? I hope you are. I am. I am. Oh dear, oh dear. Alright, so yeah, we're just going to skip that point there. We're going to be going direct to Aberdeen VOR to intercept the ILS runway 16. And we're going to need to... I still haven't quite worked out how I'm going to do this, though, because I really didn't expect that I was only going to have 1 VOR on here. That's just confusing, that is, for me. Don't know what I'm supposed to do. So I'll need to go into heading hold when we're maybe when we're 10 miles out from the Aberdeen VOR. We'll go into heading hold mode. In fact, we currently are, because we still haven't intercepted the 050 radial, because that's what that says, but this seems to be wrong, this indicator up here. So we'll try and sort that out. So there's my plan. And then our missed approach procedure is we're just going to climb straight ahead to 3000. There's no altitude pre-select in this, so we don't have to worry about dialing in 3000, but we're just going to be straight ahead. Dancing Wilderness. I'm not a fan of the trim release system. Why is that, Dancing Wilderness? Why do you not like the trim release system? Have you tried it, or are you just going by my experience so far? I've got mixed feelings about it. Be interesting to know what you think. Alright, this fuel transfer looks like it's finally working. That's starting to come closer together. The needles still haven't intercepted this radial. It's missed it. It has missed it. VOR2 course. Why? You missed that. Why did you miss that? Have I done something else wrong somewhere? VOR2. Ooh, that's curious. I mean, it's not a big issue because we're so close to the radial anyway. Dancing Wilderness, yeah, you got it today, not very stable. Interesting. Yeah, it takes a bit of getting used to, that's for sure. You can fly it in SAS mode. Thank you, Taog. You can fly it in SAS mode if you don't like the ASE or trim release. I don't dislike it. I'm still just getting used to it. I didn't quite understand what happened with that weird incident when I took off from the platform. And that's a bit of an unanswered question. I'm using nav2 at the moment from the station because I don't know how to use nav1 from over here. So, and it hasn't captured VOR. So do I need to enable that somewhere else? Am I missing? I've got the same station in both 1 and 2. How's that transfer coming? That transfer's almost equalised the two tanks. Yeah. I'm just not certain how to get the pilot station to be able to follow nav1 at the moment, and in fact it's not following nav2 either. We're still got VOR armed, so I'll just take that off and put it back on, arm it. It has not captured. I would have thought it would be able to capture it from there. We're only 32 miles out. You need to use VOR localizer and glide scope. What now? Oh, but I'm not on the ILS yet. Or is the VOR and localizer, is that actually nav1 and VOR is always nav2? Is that what that means? Is VOR always nav2? That's a simple way to ask that question. Which should work now because this is nav2. I've got it on both navs at the moment just to remove that potential Matthew Crawford mistake. Look at this bit of live on-air support from Taog himself. Is anyone else doing a stream at the moment? I haven't looked on Twitch yet. Hello, people on Twitch. You are very welcome to say hello. Ow! That's some audio I don't want in my headphones. Hello, people on Twitch. Make sure you say hello. Oh, someone's got the MI2, I think. Always good to see someone playing with helicopters. No, they all look like A320s and 737s, so just as usual, in other words. Just as usual. Is he doing one? Is Two-Toe Murphy doing a stream now? Oh, VOR light is flashing. Oh, what's happening here? Did the weather change? Because the engine readouts all suddenly changed. Whoop, no, Matthew, wrong. Right, so we're still on armed for VOR. How curious. So it just has not captured this at 27 nautical miles. I find that just slightly odd. Slightly odd. I mean, it's not really a problem because I'm covering it with the heading hold, and I'm going to need to change this anyway. Yeah, I don't know why that annunciator is flashing Lee, and hello to you. Don't know why that one is flashing there. Probably because I thought it was capturing, but it's not. It's still stuck on armed. So I could just try and take all these off for a sec. Just uncouple, off. Just take them all off. And then put them all back on again. And try and, yeah, flight director, there we go. And then try and capture that again. We didn't fall out of the sky. That's very good, Matthew. Well done. So how are we going on the star? The star's a bit irrelevant now, but I'll just look like I'm doing my job and keeping an eye on it. Yeah, so we're supposed to be at Petox, so I'm imagining by now that I have asked ATC for a direct clearance to the Aberdeen VOR to intercept the ILS runway 16. So that's still the plan, and I think that's going to work. I think that's going to work. Just a little bit puzzled about this, and maybe it means that the ILS is not going to capture as well. That's my fear. Okay, so ILS. So we are going to forget about the VOR. And I mean, we could try and get the nav. Oh, do I want to go nav? I don't think I do. I mean, I could activate direct. I could activate direct. Activate leg. No, I want to do a direct to home, direct to Aberdeen. Do it. Thought I just selected Aberdeen. Course Aberdeen. Activate. So that's direct Aberdeen. So what happens if I then put this onto nav? Come over here, it'll be a bit easier, Matthew. Come over to nav on this. And then capture here. Oh, now that's captured straight away. Interesting. So it'll now just bank around to get us onto that. So we are now 21 miles. I'm going to not do what I did last time and end up with a bit of a mess. So I'm going to... Whoa, airspeed, hold on. That should not be pitching up right now. Why would you just pitch up to send helicopter? You will... That does not feel right. Okay, so I'm just going to lower collective now. And we're going to try and get to... Actually, what are you talking about, Matthew? What are you talking about? The... platform height here is 2,500. Okay, well, I'll just, I'll do a very slow descent to 2,500. Try and keep an eye on that. How's my fuel transfer going now? Oh, God, what have I just clicked? I can't stand, just do not like the mouse wheel interaction on the switches. It's very dangerous. Because I do want to be able to zoom. I actually want to be able to zoom. Alright, so now I've pumped too far in the other direction, so now I need to go from 1 to 2. No, I need to go from 2 to 1. That's an example of pilots getting distracted. So 2,500 is what we want over here. $19 miles until I need to get everything programmed in on here. Alright, that is a surprising amount of bank. Helicopter, what are you doing? Okay, now you're leveling off now. Good. Alright, so we're almost 2,500, so we'll ask to hold that altitude, please. When we get to 20 feet, another 10, put a tiny bit more collective. Hold the altitude. And, oh, that's one way of doing it. Alright, so we should start to slow down a bit now. I don't think I mind that. I mean, we've still got 17 miles to the VOR. Why are we banking? Is it windy? What have we got on the wind? Oh, I've had the wrong display on the entire time. Typical. Wind 210 at 7. Not too bad. I mean, we would not need an ILS today. You could fly this visually, but I'm just interested to try it all out. So I want to see everything. And then I might just spawn in with the Coast Guard machine, and that's going to be a whole other kettle of fish. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. Right. Is that bank an illusion, or oh, I'm not quite sure. So I want to synchronize my heading here. That my heading so it does work. So that's good. So that's how we're going to achieve our intercept with the ILS. Which I need to get programmed in. So, 1099 on VOR2, which unsettles me greatly, putting it on VOR2. You have to map your controls for each variant. Yes, I will deal with that shortly. So 1099 on nav2, which goes very much against my grain, but maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. 1099. Okay, that's picking that up. That's good. And okay, I think that's right. I didn't see that change though. 14.2, 14.1, 14.0. So the range here has not changed. That's a little bit concerning. Maybe that's still picking up VOR1. Don't know. Okay, so then with 13 miles to go, I'm just going to try that heading hold now. And we'll take this to VOR2 and we'll change this OBS course to, what did I say I needed? 158. Course 158. So I went the long way around there. It says 157, but that thinks it's 158. So it's a bit of a steep interception angle here. So when I start seeing that come in, I'll commence the turn from the Aberdeen VOR. I mean, I could go right a bit now. I mean, I'm imagining that I was clear direct the ILS. And then the next thing then will be to capture the localizer. Oh God, do I dare push that now? I better not. That'll probably give me a world of pain. And I'm going to try and do the approach at about 90 knots. I got way too slow the last time I tried this on that approach to the platform. So that was not as I desired it, but I think this could work. Oh, lovely. I've set it's real world weather, but I set it back about 3 hours. So that's what I've done here. Dancing wilderness, yeah, you have to map controls for each variant. Some of them are common though. Some of them are common. I think the trim release is common. I think the beep trim is common to both. I think of course I'll check that again. I'm not going to map all of those buttons for the, well, I don't know, maybe I'll have to. I'll have a look when we get in there. So I'll spawn into the 65. I won't do a whole flight in the Dolphin, but I'll do a bit of an initial play with the autopilot controls just to see how we go there. I'd like to do an augmented hover and try a couple of other things. Okay, how are we looking here? 13 miles until we need to do anything. So I'm going to guess maybe at about 1.5 or 2 miles. I'm going to just turn a little bit to the left to just hopefully get a nice clean capture on the ILS. Oh, okay, right. No, that is the ILS. It was just coincidentally Dancing Wilderness. You're only doing trim releasing gear. Yeah, I highly recommend if you use a hat switch. I think you'll need to do the hat switch as well. You need to go beep trim up and down and left and right. And what I've discovered is that on your hat switch, for the up on the hat switch, so pushing away from you, that's where you want the beep up. So trust me, that is the right way around. So I was reading this incorrectly. So N2, which is the ILS, is 12 nautical miles. So that's what that says. And actually we are now only 7.3 nautical miles from the Aberdeen VOR. So I think that's all fine. Yeah, Dancing Wilderness. I hope that will serve you well. So yeah, I have been using the hat and I think it is important. All right, so what have I done with the fuel now? Now I've made the fuel even worse. I've should have known that would happen. So one is too empty. I was pumping into one, wasn't I? But it's still way too low. Okay, well, that's a Matthew Crawford screw up. You're welcome. Why is turbine 1 turning faster? Very curious. It's been turning faster the entire time. I would have thought you'd want them balanced, but then I didn't build this machine, so I don't know. Either the real one or the simulator one. So let's zoom in a bit there, a bit more situational awareness. So we're going to just make that turn a little bit shallower. So 5 nautical miles now. That could explain the abrupt nose up. Yes. If you were using the hat switch, I'm not sure. 1.8. So just keeping an eye on everything here. 4 nautical miles. Get my hand ready on the heading bug. I think this is all going to work. So we'll ask for a V-lock capture from heading hold. That's correct. Should have done that a bit earlier, and then we'll do the glide slope capture. In fact, that's already starting to come in, so I might ask for the glide slope capture already because we can see those bugs coming down. 3 nautical miles. I'm just lost my nerve here a bit. I'm going to start just turning in slightly. So 8.6 nautical miles on the VOR, sorry, on the ILS. No, I don't want to turn in too much. Oh, this is going to be a really sharp turn now. 2 miles. Oh, I can't handle the stress. It's all going to my head. Too much happening at the same time. That's what flying's like. Alright, I'm going to have to start turning in the heading bug now because I worry it won't capture. It's going to have glide slope capture any moment now because that's already there. Has it captured? No. So the glide slope did not capture. Why not? So we'll ask for air speed hold. No, we'll need a vertical speed hold now. This is not going well. So we'll ask for a glide slope. I'm just going to try and get the vertical speed to go a bit faster whilst also lowering the collective to reduce my speed. Oh, it's all happening now. I think it should be able to achieve this localizer capture, but why has the glide slope not captured? A bit faster down, please. Benjamin Sales, hello to you, good to see you. Yeah, you're looking forward to purchasing? Great. I hope you have a good time with it, and you can learn from my blundering around here. You're welcome. 1,000 feet a minute, lowering the collective still. So we are not on the glide slope, and I feel... Oh, have we captured? We've captured the localizer now. Turn faster, please. Why are you not turning faster? Now it's going to overshoot, I think. Maybe the glide slope won't capture unless the localizer is already captured. Right. Yeah, it's overshot. There's the runway. Lowering the collective still to get the wheels out. Get the landing line on now. That was a large nose up. What are you doing? Oh, that's the glide slope capture. Okay, I speculate that the glide slope's not capturing until the localizer has captured. I suppose that makes sense. Maybe it was I was on too sharp of an angle. Okay, so once I get this down to 90 knots, I'm going to get those wheels out. And then feel like I've not completely messed this up. Yay! Looks beautiful. Here comes the flyby. That's just for you, Benjamin Sales. Woohoo! Don't go too far out because the autopilot will disconnect. That's what I've learned. So everything's still captured. That's great. 90. Oh, don't lose all your speed. That got close. 80 knots. No. Oh, it's hard to get that right. That is hard to get that right. Now I'm too fast. Did I get the gear down? I did not. Have I done a checklist? I have not. Approach, landing gears down, parking brake is released. Caution advisory panel is checked, the landing light is on, landing, autopilot cut off after landing. Okay. Alright, oh, too fast! And for in case of a missed approach, it was whoa, that was the wrong knob. In case of a missed approach, we just climb straight ahead. So it was just very hard to get the collective in the position for it to hold at 90 knots. I don't know quite what's going to happen here. The S76 has got a deceleration feature here. Oh, there's a harvester working in that field. That was nice. 90 knots. Now it's going... Yeah, we're getting a bit of porpoising here, so we're going to disconnect this. I don't like it. Whoa. Trim release. Okay, that was not smooth. I didn't need to have the ILS go all the way in there. I didn't get a beep on the radar altimeter that I noticed. Holding down the trim release here. So we're going to be vacating to the left. to get back to where we started from. Don't actually need to land on the runway. I thought I'd just do a little bit of a cheeky little taxi, air taxi over here, or hover taxi, I suppose. So you can see the blue light lighting up there when I'm using a little bit of forward trim. I might have paid a little bit more attention to exactly what I was going to do once I did slow down. But that's okay. Alright, let's settle it down here. The autopilot has been decoupled. On the ground. I might just get that ASE and then SAS onto its own switch. In fact, you know what? I might just experiment with that now. Get that onto SAS. And just do another little experimental hover taxi here, just to see what it's like with SAS on and not ASE. Come on, up you come. We'll get back over to the Babcock apron over here. Alright, so I noticed a bit of porpoising on at the end of the ILS approach. I didn't get a beep on the radar altimeter at decision height. Not that I noticed. So there are a couple of little confusing things there. So you can see the stability augmentation still at work there. You can see the thing just moving around. I'm just doing this I'm doing this as a hover taxi deliberately, just to see what it's like. I might try and get it onto a switch. It's slightly odd to use. Here's me hovering around. Can't fly from that angle though. Then everybody just tore the gear off. Hello, Shaven Wookie. It's a solo flight. This is Aberdeen. There is a flight plan, but I've actually completed this first flight. So at this point, I'm going to be hopping into the Dolphin, and we'll have a bit of a play with the autopilot. Now, I won't do a full flight in the Dolphin. I'll just have a bit of an experimentation experience. Now the engines are in sync. What's that to do with ASE? Is that what was doing it? No. Alright. Yeah, it's a bit, it's a little bit of, takes a bit of getting used to, the ASE and the SAS equipment. Try and get into this zone here. I mean, we could just walk it in properly. I didn't test the differential brakes before, so I've got the trim release down now, as you can see with a little light on. Don't really want to go backwards. As the wind got stronger. Ugh. Not great. Alright, let's just ground taxi over here. I said I want to test the differential brakes. Right. Left. No differential brakes? Or do I have to bind them separately? So I'll just go short of the pad here and just have a quick look at the... oh, I didn't need to pause it. There you go. Just have a quick look at the... at le manual. Brake. Left brake axis. Well, that's not working. Well, it didn't work just then. So I have got that left brake axis and right brake axis. I'll just double check I've definitely got the right one set. I think I have. Don't see why I wouldn't. Search by input. Left brake axis. Right, so why didn't that work? So, collective. Okay, I can see the animation on the pedal. That's good. So there's the right now. It's just having no effect on the motion of the helicopter. Oh well. So the wheel brakes apparently not working, or at least only partially working. And this time, what I'm going to do is, have I actually got it inside the circle? Maybe a little bit further forward. Ah, that'll be fine, Matthew. Leave it alone. This time, I'm going to take these down to idle, which is actually a little bit hard to tell. Still a little bit hard to tell. Ah! What was that? Am I slewing it? Yeah, that's not what I want. Let's mute that one. So, what I want is to... So there's a detent there. Cool these down. That's better. Why didn't I do that last time? Or did it and I just didn't know what I was doing. That's quite likely. So down they come. That's good. Rotor RPM has not declined that much. It is going down now. Dancing Wilderness, there's one more detent. It's just not marked, is it? So it's a little bit hard to tell. So that's at 18%. What do you think it should be at, Wilderness? And thanks for the note about the horn switch. Good aerospatial technique, that one. Hello, 43 viewers on YouTube and 3 over on Twitch. Say hello to me on Twitch. Someone on Twitch, you are welcome. As we learn more about the 365 N2 Dauphin. Well, I can make it go back further, Wilderness, but oh, there is a detent at 5, but then, or is it 4? Yeah, but oh, is that a fire alarm? Why is that lit up red? Right, well that's killed the engines. So I think the first detent might have been the right one. Oh no, that's actually the back. That's the no, it was right where it was. Hello, John McNeil. What do you reckon? How are you going today? Have you got your Dauphin yet, or are you interested in getting one? What are your thoughts, John? So that's all switching off now. I'll just see what we can do about the post-flight here. Flight control set to neutral, yes. Fuel control set to idle position, it was. 30 seconds, we sort of did that. Rotor should have been below 335, I think it sort of was. Engine full, yeah, they're all the way back to 0 now. Booster pumps we can now switch off. Make sure you don't use your mouse wheel anywhere near those, so they are now all off. Rotor brake is when rotor speed is below 170 RPM. Which is... Oh, there it is here. There's even an indication for it. Oh, thank you, Taog's Hangar and Aerospatial. So, it's not an axis? Oh, Dancing Wilderness. Sorry, I thought you were shutting down. Well, I am now. No, it's all good. I wasn't quite sure if I was in idle before, and I got a bit confused back at the platform. But I was also getting distracted by that horn, so solving the horn helped me get a bit further with that issue. So thank you for your help with that. All good. So we're below 170 now, and what is the brake? No, the rotor brake. Rotor brake. Is there an axis for that? Rotor brake engage and release. Rotor brake engage. There's no axis, right? Okay. All right, I'll just do it manually. So, upstairs we go. Upstairs. Well, really upstairs we go. And it's just on or off. Oh, that's pretty effective, isn't it? And it stopped. That has stopped. The other yellow handle above the rotor brake. Yeah. Got it. It's either on or off, isn't it? So there's no axis. I kind of like, maybe, I don't know, is that the way the Dauphin really works? I quite like the ones where you can just bring it in gradually. Oh, what are these over here, which I haven't touched yet? Oh, ventilation. No wonder. No wonder. Oh, are these red? Can they be red, please? I do like a red light in the cockpit. Although, I haven't... Might not be dark enough for this to work properly. And I'm not sure. Okay, oh well, too bad. So, look backwards at it. Oh, they're white. Aww. I like red lights in the cockpit, but that's all right. I can live with that. Off you go. Thank you. All right, I might take another break and we'll come back and we'll have a look. What else do I have to do? All switches off. That's pretty easy. So, cabin lights off. Notice it's off. Lighting. Oh, I'll leave that on. That maybe the last one. Maybe there's probably a flow for this. Off. Slow. Bat or norm. I don't know. Pitot. Oh, you can kind of drag it. Yeah, I don't like the mouse wheel interaction. Trim field cyclic off. I'm going to come back and we'll look at the autopilot in the Dolphin. So it's going to be pretty scary. Anything could happen and probably will. So let's get the batteries off over. I guess those are included in all. All right, and I think that's now all off, and we'll open up the doors. I have learnt lots today, and I hope you have too, but there's still more to come, because I can't help myself. I've only been streaming 2 3/4 hours. We're going to have a look at the Dolphin. That's what I said. So let's just get a nice external view here while I take another quick break, and we'll get right back into it. If I can find my the correct thing I wanted here. All right, I'm onto the Pepsi Max. It's a dire situation in the absence of a decent coffee. because I haven't got out yet. So I've been too busy streaming here, showing you the first few hours of our experience with the Dolphin and Dauphin twin pack in MSFS 2024, thanks to Taog's Hangar. Pepsi Max, breakfast drink of champions. It is, what time is it in Australia? 9:49. So where shall we fly, people? A nice Coast Guard location. US Coast Guard. Maybe I'll just assess the options in here. So we'll just configure this Taog's Hangar machine. I'll just get me out of this for a moment. There we go. So Dolphin, search and rescue. What's the difference between... Oh, there's an A variant and a B variant. Oh my goodness me. How do I know which one I should choose? N2 Dauphin, Hytron, no thank you. I think I will just choose the B model. I'm not quite sure what the difference is. It's different engines or... No, the engines are the same. I must have skipped over that part of the manual. Oops! So, what liveries do we have to choose from? Honolulu? Mia, Los Angeles, Kodiak? Oh, Kodiak's always nice, isn't it? Let's go to Kodiak. Coast Guard, Atlantic City. Yeah, what about Kodiak? Because we've got the nice Miltech scenery. So, what is the weather like in Kodiak right now? I'm probably going to commence this flight, start it up. And do you know what? I might even turn multiplayer on now, so if anyone wants to come and join me, have a silly little play around in Kodiak, because I'm not actually going to be flying a route here. That's not Kodiak. Further down. Oh, those clouds are just really comprehensive, aren't they? Right. Is that Kodiak? Yes, it is. So, I'm going to start on the ground, but I'm going to be doing it with the engines on so that I can get this moving a bit faster. So, set as departure on the ground, ready for takeoff. And we'll try some... Just wanted to get a bit of a feel for the autopilot. Oh, Space Cadet wants San Diego. Oh, sorry. I only just saw your comment after very confidently setting myself up here in Kodiak. Sorry about that. Oh, Northland's already here. Hello. So we've got different scenery evidently because you're all high up. Shaven Wookie, you got here faster than me in your BR 105. Classic. All right. So Wookie's just telling me that I'm showing up as a Black Hawk because I'm guessing you don't have the Dauphin yet. So Wookie will get that one eventually. All right. So inconveniently, the autopilot controls are over here on the Dolphin. So I've actually got an idea for Taog, and I don't know if this will be welcomed, but I think what would be really nice in here is if... Do we have a tablet here as well? Yes, we do. There it is. Just can't see it. Is if... I know Taog has made this. Heli tow car exterior autopilot. This is just me. Other people might be perfectly happy with this. I kind of just don't love flying a helicopter off a tablet. This is kind of how I felt about the hype machines as well, high performance group. This is only me. Other people will have completely the reverse opinion. I just would think that a really smart option with this helicopter would be to add a toggleable panel right here in this otherwise blank space to put those buttons so you don't have to look down to here to operate it. I'm not saying you have to delete this down here, but maybe to repeat this up here as a toggleable option, I think would actually make this a bit nicer of an experience to fly. Other aircraft developers do that. They'll put in little click spots inside the cockpit to help you achieve stuff that might otherwise be hard to do. So that's what I think. Other people's opinions will vary greatly on that. So do I need to couple anything else on over here? I think I'm all fine. There's that transfer again. Had to get used to this American style, Sikorsky style almost metering. Very different. Now, do my camera views work? No, they don't. So I'll just need to do some new camera views. This will take just a minute. I'm getting pretty fast at this. That is not great for the defaults. I would rather have this out here and zoomed out a bit. I like to be able to see down. So I think that might be about right there. And so I'll need ChasePlane for this. This will just take a minute. So we save that position and I put that into my F1. That's done. And for my main panel, PFD, that's probably pretty good. I think I can just use that. Save shortcut F2. Overhead, will this work? No, I want to be a little bit closer into the switches so I can read them. So overhead, save, shift F3 is the way I normally do this. Don't want caps lock on that though. So forward, I'm not using GPS. I do want those, so we'll just get back to the PFD view and we'll center on the GPS, how I like to do it. Anything else useful down here? No, don't know. So I'll just center, maybe come a bit closer. That can be my GPS view. So create, whoa, pilot instruments, next, GPS. Save that position, it already is. This is going to be on F5, done. And I need a chase view on 8. Because I've done this with so many helicopters now, I'm sort of reasonably efficient at getting this done pretty quickly. Save that position as 8. And I want one looking backwards as well for our group flights, so I'll just do that at the same time. Northland is higher than me, I think because you've got different scenery. Hey, what's happened to my rotor? The rotor's frozen. So call this rear chase, create. Is that getting very loud now? Chase, next, chase rear. Oops. And that's going to be shift F5, 6. And then I just want my spot view on 7. This is how I do it. This matches up with what I've got on my stream deck over here, so it just keeps everything, keeps all the aircraft the same. Shift F7, doesn't matter where that is. And now all my views work. That's it. That's pretty easy. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Nothing on 4 yet. It hasn't loaded in that panel. GPS is working nicely. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's fine. That's what I want. I feel maybe that's still not quite looking down enough. Or do I need to lower my seat a bit? Yeah, this console really gets in the way, doesn't it? Do you want it over there? Looks like my head should be about there. Hard to get these right. No offense, but I do tend to disagree with pretty much every single default camera view, so I'll just say that there. All right. Trim release, does that work? Yes, it does. So trim release works. Hat switch, is that it made a beep, so it seems like it might be working. Gear, maybe not. Oh, I know why that will be. That will probably be because I have not remembered to change the throttle base to the new scheme I made. Yes, there you go. Oh no, this doesn't look good. Have I just messed up my helicopter controls now? I was supposed to duplicate that, and so search by input, landing gear, joystick button 73 is doing nothing. Oh no! So, well, why isn't that working then? I don't care. I'm just going to do it by hand. And what are we having a warning about? Engine 1 fuel. So I've turned my engines off somehow. Have I? No? Torque? Yeah. What's happened to my engines? Was it because I used the external camera? Control E. Would have thought it might make a bit more of a song and dance about the engines just switching themselves off. like, you know, a warning tone, for instance. Those lights look like they are less bright than the Dauphin. Rotor brake? No way. Has it remembered that from my last aircraft? That would have caused a little bit of consternation in the aircraft's mechanics, wouldn't it? I mean, some helicopters you can actually turn them on with the rotor brake on. The Llama is an example of that. So you can keep the engine running with the rotor off. Could be a safer way to load the machine up. Okay, so do I need to do any other coupling of this before we get going, or is it already coupled? That's usually down here, and certainly it is in Sikorsky style helicopters. TCAS, no. Let's go for a little experimental taxi here. Parking brake is off. Well, I think it's off. Yep, parking brake is off. There we go. We are moving in the direction of Rick to the Max and the Shaven Wookie. Good to see you, regular community members of the Let's Fly community. So good to have you along. If anyone else is interested in joining us, there's the Discord link. It's always good to grow our community. It's growing all the time. I'm really grateful for everyone who's supporting what I'm doing and what we're trying to do for each other. And there's Whisper Dark, who no doubt is in the chat. Hello, Whisper.
Hello, hello.
Oh, there he is, in your nice Coast Guard. I can't quite see which livery it is. 6584. Have you got the same one as me? I'm not quite sure. Let me have a look at my exterior. No, you've definitely got a different one from me. How are you finding your Dolphin so far, Whisper?
Still trying to figure out all the trim stuff.
No kidding. No kidding. I think what could be quite fun here, or quite instructive for me at least, would be to maybe fly a circuit, but use the hat switch a bit more. So what I might do is... What's the wind doing? We've got 6 knots from the east. That's not going to challenge us. We could land on the main east-west runway up there. We could do a upwind. Yeah, this could be quite good. So I'm going to do... I'll just depart into the harbour here. We'll take a left turn, which will be at about 090. And then we'll do 3 more left turns to get us onto the east-west runway at Kodiak. And this is going to give me an opportunity to just test the rotor trim a bit more. So first I'm just going to get into a hover here, see what we think about this. I predict there's going to be a tutorial video coming as a matter of very high priority. Whoa, so we need to remember that a lot of aft stickers required for picking up. You can see how far the rotor disc is canted forwards on the Dolphin and the Dauphin. Okay, that was with trim release off, and I've picked it up. It seems to want to... Okay. It's a little bit smoother with trim release in. Don't love the visibility here. I feel I can't see down very effectively, down on my front right. So my hover is not great because I'm creeping forward the entire time. And I can't see down there. I like to be able to see... Maybe that's the answer there, is when you hover, you just need to deflect the nose a bit so you can see down there, like I'm looking down to Shaven Wookie right now. That might be the answer there. Just deflect the nose. Alright, so what did I say? Out to the harbour. So I've still got the trim release down. And so I'm going to point into the harbour, nose down, get those little place name tags off. Gather speed. And when we're gathering speed, I'm going to release the trim. Now, I've still got the pedals down. Just okay. Release the trim and then reset the stick. then it should be a second later it catches up with itself. I think that's okay. So 90-degree turn. I'm pushing into the springs now. I'm actually not entirely sure that this is definitely on. Don't know if I was supposed to enable something else over here. Is the ASE always on in the Dolphin? It's very stable. Just using the hat switch now to level off there. Okay, yeah, so it's not remembering that, so we will hold down the trim release, get a new position, release the trim release, send to the stick, and now it's remembered. Okay, so that's okay. You just have to remember that 2-second delay, I think. It's one learning that I've made so far. So there's 1,500 feet, don't need any higher than this. So I could try nosing down with this hat switch, which works, I think. A bit further down with the hat switch. I'm not sure that is working, actually. Oh, we can't really use that east-west runway, can we? Because there's a mountain in the way. I forgot about that.
I didn't realize this airport was so big.
Yeah, well, it's got that Coast Guard base down at the southern end, and then the rest of the airport's all up here. Okay, so we're going to cancel that first plan because that would involve flying into a mountain, so I'm not going to do that. What I would like to do is use the trim. There he goes again. We'll we'll do that soon. And there's Legion Johnny as well. Hello to you. In the skies, in the friendly skies, or in the unfriendly skies. All right. Yeah, I'm finding the hat switch is not hugely effective, is it? I've got to be honest with you.
Kind of slow.
Kind of slow, yeah. I've definitely got the input repetition on. I know that for sure. It's really slow. Okay.
Does Luke Z's force trim mod work with this? Because that would be helpful.
Oh, I don't recommend using any mod with this helicopter. I think that's asking for trouble, at least before you get to learn exactly what it's doing. So I'm taking a right-hand turn here now because my plan was terrible. So I've got, for this turn, I've got the trim release in. I'm watching the balance ball. That's looking good. No pedals required there. I've climbed way higher than what I intended because I don't really have the feel for this yet. Also because the trim is not quite working exactly as I'd hoped, but that's just getting used to it. Alright, so rolling off here, leveling out, releasing the trim, centering the stick, and then 2 seconds later the helicopter grabs it. I guess that makes sense. So I'm pretty happy with that. We're now descending, so I'm going to lower collective a bit and then nose up. Yeah, getting a bit of shaking there. Could do with an effect there as well. What a sound effect that is. Okay, I'm going to pause because I'm so suspicious about this hat that I'm just going to have to... I don't even know if it is working at all. So, joystick base, search by input. Yes, why is that? Specific HH6B controls is being fed by the AS365 profile, which is correct. But so beep trim is not actually being fed by anything specific. Wow. So that's why it's slow, because it's not doing anything. Why is that? Why is that? Down, left, right, up. What? So I don't understand why. Don't understand why. Because I had that before. Apply to all. Yeah, I don't understand. Right, so now the hat switch will do something because it's actually connected. There we go. That granular effect again. Alright, so maybe we'll do a right-hand turn here. I don't understand why I had that set up in the Dolphin with the same preset, but it's not in here. Are they actually different bindings in the...
Yes, there's two slightly different sets of bindings for
oh my lord. Okay.
Dolphin.
That is undesirable news. So I will need to just undo what I just did. Otherwise I'll get myself in a right mess. Oh, lordy lord. Okay, that's not great. So, what will I do to fix that? So I'll need to go back into here. So I'll need to make a duplicate of those controls. Specific AS365 Bravo. Okay. Joystick base. Bravo. Yeah, alright. So I need to duplicate this and call it helicopter MH65, right? I think. Or was it HH65? HH65. Surely. Okay, that means that when I go back to the Dauphin, that means I can get the hat switch again. I wonder why they wanted a different beep control. Anyway. Don't have to think about that. Okay. Let's try an outrageous transition to hover. Whoa! That was untidy. Right. How good would it be just to have those buttons up there? I know that's controversial. I know it's not realistic, but that would be so great to have those buttons up here, I think. In that blank space on the panel. As an option. Alright, we have transitioned to a hover. Still got a bit of forward airspeed. Approach nav, heading select Alt VS IAS. So I haven't quite learned how the Dolphin handles the collective coupling and what's happened to my panel lighting? The most important thing, I'll just set everything up. That's slightly better. Rick to the max, very good. I'll try and not collide with you. So there's our... So just, I'm learning as I go here, but we don't fail over, or not fail over. We don't go to hover augment when we have transition from hover. Got a little bit of unsettled behaviour there. Well, there's our hover augment. And so if I beat now... I should do this over the airport, actually. That'll be a truer test of our capacity to sort of keep our station over a spot. Okay, that looks okay. So it's go around, or what's the other mode to get out of, I've forgotten already, the other mode to get out of, actually it's cut off. Is there a go around button up here? Cargo release, FD slew, beep trim. Oh, that is a lot of activity on that collective. A little bit twitchy. That's with hover augmentation. And should I have my hardware collective in a different position to stop fighting it? Whoa. So that's pretty broken out of. So we don't get any disconnect warning? Oh no, we're still actually, in theory, in hover augment. So I will do a tutorial video, I feel. I will obviously need to do a bit of learning myself. This very twitchy behaviour is a little bit disturbing right now. I don't know what I could be doing better to prevent this from happening. Is there anything that I've not set in here that has not remembered? Flight direct, a couple go around. Oh, there's a go around button here. Yeah, so I push the cyclic left and the nose goes down. Not really what I wanted to see there. There it goes again. I'm trying to not go so far forwards. So the beep trim only does so much here. Is it slowing me down at least? Almost. Well, here's our auto hover, the first auto hover we've seen from Taog's Hangar. Very rare feature in MSFS helicopters. We've only seen it before, I think, in the high performance group H145 on H160. It's got this little bit of oscillation happening in here. Wind 6 knots from the west. From the east, sorry.
The Miltech MH60's got auto hover as well.
Thank you for reminding me of that one, Wookie. Yeah, you're right. You are right. I should have remembered that because that's where we're flying. We're flying at its home. It's simulator home. In the Miltech add-on. This is Miltech Center. Oh, what have we got happening here now? I've overdone the pedals and now I'm spinning out of control. Woohoo! How much can I actually save it with the right pedal? Yeah, I actually can. That's surprising. I didn't think that was going to work. So, yeah, there's some sort of trim that's fighting me there and is overloading it. Don't dare look at the input viewer. I say, reaching for the input viewer. Yeah. No, just don't look at it. When you're in an automated helicopter, never look at the input viewer. Look at that trim moving around. It's very confusing. Right. Okay, and now it's fine. Okay, go figure. I don't understand why that is. So what other hover bindings do I have in the Dolphin? Hover. HSVD pilot hover. None actually. So hover augment. That's what we're in right now. Transition to hover. Yeah. Pilot hover. What's the HSVD pilot hover? It's on the HSVD control panel. So maybe I can just select it myself. Very basic panel, isn't it? So don't know. Yeah. Oh boy, here it goes again. Spinning out of control. Let's not have it do that. So that's just me on my pedals, right? So I'm trying to help it with right pedal, stop it from doing that. And so if you give it a gentle enough release on the right pedal, it'll stop it from going into that crazy spin. So again, just trying to work out with the hat switch what I can do in augmented hover mode to support, let's say, a hoist or something going down there. So I'm just using the hat switch just to step by step go forwards and backwards. Just seems to spring back. So if I go hover, sorry, trim, well, no, we will not go trim release because that is not a desirable effect. That just happened then. I'll just show you one more time what happened there. I hold down trim release and the nose pitches down. Not what I want. So I'm really just focusing on those parts of the apron over there that I could hover over. And I'm not doing a good job yet because I haven't figured it out. So I'm actually going out to sea here. So if I nose down, we get that effect, not desirable. So if you exceed a kind of a pitch limit in augmented hover, it will just kind of override it, and then you end up in an undesirable situation. What else can we do here? So that'll probably have the same effect. Just make sure we are definitely still in augmented hover. We are. That's why I've left the tablet up there. And again, I'm just trying to... I mean, this continuous oscillation is not making me happy right now. In fact, if I were in the helicopter, it would make me probably lose my breakfast. That's not good. Got to be very careful with the pedals in this mode. Oh, very nice lineup of Shaven Wookiee, Brick to the Max, and that stationary MH60. Whoa, that is, yeah. Interestingly, I'm not seeing any of these status lights on the autopilot change when I'm going in and out of that override of the augmented hover. It's done a very good job of maintaining the height, I'll give it that. Is that done from radar altitude? Can I set it, in fact? Click to test, turn to set decision height. And I'm having to use a lot of pedal again. It's going to go forward on the hat switch, so that'll bring me back over to the apron and back over to Shaven Wookiee. Okay, and now something's overridden, so I'm just not doing anything right now just to see what happens. So I think I then just rescued it by pitching up. I don't want to fly into that cliff. Yeah. Oof. Well, reasonably hard work. Reasonably hard work. I mean, this is a less sophisticated system that came later, yeah, on the MH60s. Wow. So we've been in augmented hover the entire time. What if I try a transition hover? Yanks it up. Oh, we've got a nav transfer in the Dolphin. That might have solved that confusion I was having inside the Dauphin. Okay, gentle right cyclic over to look at the apron again with Space Cadet doing some nice flying over there, and the Dauphin. Or the Dolphin, I should say. Okay, so I might have misunderstood it. It seems like I would be better off staying in transition to hover the entire time. So what happens now if I just try and beep it over to the right? Yes. Promising. Although it doesn't cancel out. Or does it? I'm using a lot of right pedal right now, by the way. I feel like I've got very little left. Going into the wind, I think. Oh, the wind's a little bit off to the left. So maybe I will just counteract that effect. Maybe I'll let the tail rotor get the wind like this. So now it will be operated. Yes, a little slightly less pedal required. Still quite a lot though. Ooh, interesting. So, just still trying to get my hover working the way I would hope. What other beep trims do I have? I'll just hit pause. Do I have a beep on the... I've got a collective beep down and up, so I might just have a quick look at that. Look at the manual. Collective beep. Okay, no, beep. Cyclic collective, go around. Okay. That's the wrong one, so I'm not in the right helicopter yet. What I want to know is what the beep trim is going to do in the... I'll just put this on the screen so you can see what I'm doing here. What is the beep trim going to do on... Oh, I'm in the right helicopter here. Trim push button. Enables, disables the pitch and roll parallel trim motors in the beep trim circuitry. AFCS engage panel. So maybe I've not done a perfect job down there. Oh, that's actually not it anyway. Sorry, am I actually in the correct helicopter? AFCS. Right, that's where I need to be. On. Flight director couple is on. Gyro, I don't know if it's aborted. Trim is on, so that was all on. So it's collective beep that I'm just interested to know more about here. Beep trim 4-way slew switch. Adjust the airspeed reference with the FD slew. Adjust lateral, longitudinal hover velocity, inactive and hover augment. Aha! FD slew switch. So I need more switches. Should I put that on the same where is the FD slew? Is that on the cyclic? Yes, it is. So, more switches, more bindings. Right, joystick base. Have I got anything up here? External view, look left. No, I don't need that. How am I going to do this? Delete that. Oh, it's quite a lot to sort out in here, isn't it? But I still haven't even got to the... is that in there or not? No. External look view, look right. Don't need those. I don't use that from here anyway. External view, those can all be deleted. And this is going to be our new FD slew. So that's going to hopefully fix the issue I was having there. FD slew. So, we'll search in specific FD. Right, there it is. So, slew up, and we need these to be on repeat, don't we? FD, so let's look at the other manual here. Oh, did I leave that on the whole time? Sorry about that, people. FD slew. These need to be on, have a repeat on. Okay, direction of coolie hat reference. Okay, that's fine, so we'll get rid of that this time. That is on repeat. So, slew up, slew down, slew left, slew right. Done. And so that's, we're now in the... Oh, I'm in the wrong controls again. Classic Matthew. So I'll probably messed up some other helicopter. So we're going to duplicate this. We're going to call this helicopter HH65. No, Matthew. HH65. And we're going to apply this not to all helicopters. Oh, no, this is saving it in here. I'm fine. I didn't... Oh, I might have just deleted something for some other helicopters by accident. So maybe I will go back to... Oh, now I'm getting confused. I actually think this is a good system. What MSFS has done here is a lot better. Okay, so, but this, now just go back to the manual again. FD slew switch in IAS and IAS VS modes adjusts the airspeed reference. Got that. In T-hover, adjusts lateral longitudinal hover velocity and is inactive in hov.org. Okay, so we're going to do it. We are in T-hov. I'm going to unpause. I need more pedal. Now we're going to see if this... oh yeah. Okay, that's looking very promising indeed. I don't know what the velocity actually is because I don't think I get a readout on that. But I can now go backwards. Yes. Visibility is very challenging in this machine. Backwards. So this is with the FD slew switch. So I want to get back into the apron, so I'm just really holding that down now. Does it cancel itself out, which is going to be probably helpful actually? No, that's good. Well, I don't know, I'm in two minds about that. So I'm just creeping backwards now. I can tell by looking at the fence. So I'm finally back over the apron, and that's because we have figured out, or I have figured out, that I needed the FD slew switch managed as well. And I'm just going to have a look at collective beep and to see how that might help. Oh, sorry, thanks Taog. I've even got my new screen to help me from not forgetting to do that. So there we go. So that's good. So now I'm back over the apron and I can go maybe a few steps forward on the FD slew in T-hover, and then it looks like we've got that back. Okay, good. Good. All right, that's much better. I'm much happier with that now. That's excellent. It's got a little bit of oscillation happening there and quite a bit of pedal required. That's just oscillating by itself right now. Okay, I'm putting in no input, so I'm just going to centralize those the pedals now. And now I get this oscillation. Tom, sorry, I missed your comment from ages ago. Seems unnaturally jumpy. I don't know how long ago that was. I've maybe improved a couple of things. This seems like quite a lot of oscillation at the moment. Alright, back to the manual. So, collective. Hover beep control changes hover height reference by 3 feet per beep in T-hover and hover augment. So yes, definitely need that, and I need to get that onto the throttle. So how am I not going to mess up all my other helicopters? That's the question. So do I have any other switches here? No, I've got this hat switch down here. Oh yeah, no, that's a lock. I feel like I'm short of one hat switch on my throttle here to change my beep height. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? I could do it with maybe one of these switches down here. Per beep. How am I going to do this? So, we'll pause this so it's not too confusing. We'll get rid of that. How am I going to achieve this? So we'll get the head tracking off so it's not bouncing around the whole time. We will... hello, 31 people on YouTube and one on Twitch who are still learning as we go about how to set up our machine properly. I hope this is informative for you. I'm back into the controls now. Hello, Harit from the Netherlands. Setting up different profile in MSFS, 100%. I think you will almost certainly need to do that, and I think I might have messed up some of my some of my default presets in all of this changing around today. Too bad. Too bad. So I'll figure that out later. So we have got specific controls for the 65. No, now I want specific controls for the. So I need to duplicate this. Duplicate. This is now going to be called. This is about the 5th time I've done this now. Helicopters. HH65, and we're going to put that onto all variants. Okay, so this time I'm going to set this switch here to be my collective beep, because I don't quite know where I'm going to put it on here. I don't have it. I need sort of, can I put it on this one? That's usually where I have my landing light. Okay, what about, yeah, I'll just put, no, that's better. I'll put it on here. So up and down. So specific, beep, beep, collective beep down, so I'll push that down, collective beep up, and I'll push that up. These should be defaulting to input repetition. I think that's correct. Do I need to have release? I don't think so. So get that back for 1 second here. Do I need to have release on these? Beep, beep, trim, beep, 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 beep. What about collective? Collective beep down, trim, repeat, not required. I think that's what that means. So that you don't go down too fast, I suppose. So, okay. All right. Oh, we're entering the future now, people. So now, unpausing. Oh, yeah. Oh, a bit harsh. But it works. And it also... when it beeps the collector down, it also loses a bit of balance between the... So what if I go beep, 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 beep? And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be 30 feet. Okay. That's interesting, isn't it? I think that's interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be 12 feet. But you're gonna... I don't know how you would do that smoothly with the pedals. That would take a lot of practice to know that when you go down, you also can loosen your pressure on the left pedal. Oof. That's a lot to bear in mind. Okay, so that's terrific. I'm really happy with that. So I've now got the left and right. So I could almost now hover over any point on this apron now, I feel. Hang on, with my, yeah, with my, gotta have to relearn all my controls. So I'll just come over one of these pads and I'm going to try and go around. Maybe this one is empty. So I'm going to try and hover perfectly over this pad over here. So FD slew to the right. And forward. Right. Forward. Right. I'm just going to let it settle down now and see what happens. No, we're still going. So left, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've just gone over it now a little bit. Yeah, I don't know how much has been applied, so this is why it feels a bit like flying blind. It said something about a T-hover display on the visual flight display, but that's... So now I can't see what I'm doing. Let's come back here. No, no, don't do that, helicopter. No, no, no. Why did you do that? I think I held down the FD slew too long, and it's sort of overrode. So that's 3 sets of bindings you're going to need to get set up if you're going to do this properly. Well, no, why did it do that? Do not do that. Is there any beep trim reset? I'm going to have to pause it. Oh, I left the screen grab it the whole time. Oh. Sorry. Okay, so I actually need this again. So I'm just going to look for beep, 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 beep. No, there's no beep trim reset. Okay, sorry for leaving that up. I'll get rid of that. Taog's saying that you're in go-around mode. Well, not according to the tablet, I'm not. Harit, yes, I do have pedals, and I'm trying to do those as smoothly as possible. So apparently, when I was operating this, I was going into go-around mode. So if I go nose down, nose down, nose down, nose down, see now, oh, now it does it. That's what it was doing, but it doesn't say go around on there. So if that is supposed to enunciate it, it's not. So if we're talking about the same thing, we might not be. So back to my mission. I'm trying to hover directly over that pad. I don't know how much... I don't know how much FD slew has been applied. So, I mean, I use my eyes, that's fair enough. And I'm not exactly sure what the relationship is between using the coolie hat, or the main beep trim, and using correctly using the beep trim over here. So I've got these two switches worked out now. So I've got FD slew at the bottom. So I want to go forward. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps forward on the FD slew. Is it still moving us forward very slowly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's now 10 I have to undo. Space Cadet, your default co-pilot shows up in this helicopter, but not the other Taog's Hangar helis. Interesting. In the external view, I guess. Dancing Wilderness, check weight and balance. Okay, pause. What am I checking in here then? That looks balanced, I think. I think that's all correct. Oh, to get rid of the co-pilot. Oh. Okay, autopilot. 1, 2, 3, 4 left. 1, 2, forward again. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I guess. Oh, Space Cadet, you've got the pilot in the internal view. That's weird. I'm using ChasePlane. I don't know if that might make a difference. Yeah, this oscillation's a little bit unfortunate. So let's come around here. Well, we've almost achieved this hover. It's not bad. And I've got all the controls worked out now, sort of. Up from the outside. Should have opened the door and enjoy it. That's what I've been trying to do. Don't know why those blades are frozen. I have seen this in the BO105 from time to time. Oh yeah, there's a clue for you, Space Cadet, in the eliminating the co-pilot. In the moustache menu, EFB. Yeah, what do we think about this oscillation? I'm just a little bit unsure how to address that. And so in the VFDS, I thought it said something about there being some sort of a hover mode in there. Oh, visual, is it? Oh no, HSVD, sorry. Pilot hover, what does that mean? HSVD control panel. HSVD pilot hover. I'm going to pause it again because it's a little bit disturbing.
Oh, I know what that is. Just ahead of the parking brake in the center console, there's some switches to control the HSI indicator, and it'll bring you in and out of hover mode. It'll turn on the map and the radar.
Ah, you genius. So TCAS control, nose wheel, just ahead of the which one, sorry?
just ahead of parking brake and behind the nose wheel.
Oh, HSVD, got it. It's all here. Course, heading course.
Yeah, there's
VL, lock. Okay, why are all they on? So
yeah,
hover mode is on.
So that's the hover display that shows the circles on the HSI that shows how fast you're moving relative to 0. And there's pilot side and co-pilot side.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. So I should be paying a bit more attention to this. I thought it wasn't working, so it's been working all along. So I've got a vector off to. Oh, that's the wind coming off on the right.
Yep.
And now I can just go step back and step back and step back. Well, I mean, I guess this is realistic, right? Because in real life, it's never going to be an absolutely perfect hover. You are going to get blown around by little micro gusts. Okay, I can't seem to get it. Oh, I see. That it's the cross that changes. Right. Then you put it so the cross is back on the aircraft. Now I get it. So now I'll also try and come into the wind. Oh, the hover. Now I find HSVD is your friend. The horizontal situation video display. Yes, rad out 57. So now I will beep down a couple with the new switch I've made. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should be about 20 feet. What was that beep? So we're down to 30 feet now. Getting pretty close to Space Cadet down there on the ground. All right, Whisper Dart, you legend. You have helped me figure that one out. That's great. I was actually pretty fine the whole time. So if I use go around now, which I'm going to do, go around, it pitches the nose down. Oh, hover mode, it leaves hover mode on the VFD, HSVD, sorry. Well, it doesn't, but it's... Oh, it's just the cross has disappeared because we're moving so fast. Probably get rid of this now. Where is the go around button inside the cockpit? Why doesn't that click spot work? Okay. Has anyone figured out where the go around button is? Because I can't see it on that panel down there. There's no GA button on the FDS panel. Alright, come back around and we'll do another transition to hover. Trim release. Come back round to the apron. So trim release is down. I release trim release. Center the stick. 2 seconds later, the helicopter fixes itself. Nice. That's good. Must be a very late night for Taog. Making sure that people know what they're doing. Well, now I'm starting to get a bit of a sense of what I'm doing, so hopefully I can be able to translate that to other people. That's kind of what I do, really, isn't it, with my channel? Okay, that's very interesting that I have... What mode did I put this in? Hover... Transition to hover. Transition to hover. Speak clearly, Matthew. Okay, now we get the HSVD changing. Good. And so we'll see that cross coming forward onto the aircraft as we lose our speed there. That's what we want. So my last question at the moment that's still outstanding is where is the go around button in the cockpit if you don't want to map it? Oh, Big Al, you got up early so you could get your Dauphin straight away. All right, let's get this hover worked out properly, which is not going very well here at all. And I'm way too... How did I get so high? Because I'm inattentive, that's why. So we're going to hold down 1, 2, 3. No, that's a silly way to descend. We'll be here all day. What if I go hover augment? Whoa. And we'll risk a VRS to get back down onto the apron. Quite a lot of... Is it on... So, Dancing Wilderness, yeah, is it on the stick? Good question. It doesn't seem to be. That's the cargo release. That's the FD slew. That's the AFCS cutoff. Beep trim, we've done that. And that's the trim release down there. So, unless it's on the front of the stick and I just can't see it. Alright, so hover org mid. Okay, so there's a go around binding, but I need to also look in here in the manual. Go around. It's not in the manual. GA? Oh, there's too many of those. Around. GA go around mode, so G/A. Oh, it's on the collective. I just haven't seen it yet. Collective sync. Updates the VS reference in... Oh, boy. Updates the VS reference in
crawler in the
IASVS.
harbor has a landable flight deck.
Oh, there we go. Well, there's absolutely no excuse. It will also be in my view, though, Wookie?
Yeah, it's the one that's in the center of the harbor. The Coast Guard cutter, you just fall right through it, but the fishing trawler, it's dead center in the harbor you can land on. The one that Cadet's doing an approach on right now.
Okay, I'm not sure if it... Oh, there. You mean, is it at the wharf?
No, it's in the bay. I've got the Kodiak scenery.
Okay, I'll come back down there. It's not visible to me right now. So, Dancing Wilderness.
And
so,
tiny.
Yeah, go ahead, Wookie.
And it's tiny.
It's tiny. Excellent. This is what we need for a little Coast Guard helicopter. Hover beep up. That's fine. What's this one? I'm going to pause this because it's just moving around too much on me, and also turn off my... There we go. Right, so this will help me actually. Flight control, FD uncoupled, not needed. Hover beep, we've done that. Landing light shear. I'm still not seeing any go around button here. Hover. Landing light control, landing light shear. So, okay, that's a bit weird to me. 65A, I am in a 65B, does that make any difference? Updates the VS reference in ISVS T-Hob and hover augment modes. FD uncouple alternate switch, hover beep switch, adjusts the hover altitude. Oh, we've done that. So, apparently I've still not found the GA button. Collective engages go around mode, but which one? Yeah, that's AS hold beep trim 4-way. Collective engages go around mode. It's, well, look, it's here in the manual. Somehow I just have not found the GA push button on the collective. So hang on, is that definitely the right helicopter though? That might not be. That might be the Dauphin. Wow. That's what you get when you release two helicopters at the same time. Which helicopter am I looking at here? Airspeed hold. Again, AS reference This has got to be the AS365 surely, because the AS365 doesn't have all of this. Press the GA button on the collective. Well, I can't find a GA button on the collective, so what's wrong with me? Is there something underneath? Hidden right under here? What's that? Hoist up. Hover B button? No. Alright, I really think I've tried to find the go around button on the lever, and I haven't. Alright, it's definitely time for me to see if I can find out what's going on with the ship down there. So we'll take it out of augmented hover. I said we'll take it out of augmented hover. Can I not take it out? Okay, that was weird. Right, so flying it. I'm actually flying the Dauphin, or the Dolphin. Don't need to be getting too fast here because I've got the wheels down, which is what I want, because I've also messed up my bindings. Yep. So apparently there's a fishing trawler right in the middle of the harbour, which I've not yet discovered, so we'll see if we can have a little bit of hover practice out there.
Do you see where me and Whisper are in the harbour? Whisper's
sure
doing
do.
an approach on it right now.
I absolutely see you both, so that's going to be convenient, except I just can't see any boat there at the moment, so let's see if that will appear to us.
It might be scenery that we have and you don't.
Sorry, Harry,
Yeah.
I've got a very bad habit of leaving that up, so... I do have an Elgato device. Hummy, hello to you. I've got 3. No, I've got a new Corsair screen down here, which is supposed to stop me from leaving the screen capture up the whole time. Sorry about that. Yeah, much more aggressive airflow sounds in the Dolphin than the Dauphin, I think. Great heli, Taog handles great at low speed, says Space Cadet. Yep. No, there's no boat down here for me, I don't think.
No, you'd see it. You could see it from the airport.
All right. There's a couple of ships at anchor, or at the wharf, I should say. I could try those ones. I do have the wheels down, Big Al, so maybe that could explain the airflow sounds. Although they don't really fold away entirely. They just sort of snuggle up close to the fuselage.
That Dolphin must be so twitchy. I've never seen Whisper so erratic.
What have you got to say to that, Whisper?
Yeah, it's twitchy, and I'm still learning this trim system. It's fighting me.
Yep. Yep.
It looks like it.
Yeah, there's quite a lot to learn. Hummy, did I download the MSFS 2024 profile for Elgato? I assume you mean the Stream Deck? No. I believe people have made things like radios
Don't
and
worry,
stuff,
Whisper,
so you
no
can
one
tune them
saw
on
that.
there. So, no, Hummy, I've not quite gone to the lengths that some people have gone. So I'm using it to send shortcuts to ChasePlane so that I can change views like this. Nice. So, can I land on this ship? This is a Coast Guard ship.
I couldn't.
I think those are transparent.
Transparent. And also looking extremely unsafe for helicopter operations.
It looks entirely appropriate, but...
Yes, well, you can file that
But
under
a lot
Shaven
smaller when you
Wookiee's,
get close to it, yeah.
File that under Shaven Wookiee's traditional heading of buck, 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 buck.
Yep. Anything's a landing pad if you're brave enough.
Hilarious.
Once.
Yeah. So I got to say that I'm having a bit more luck with the, well, not luck. I'm just I'm enjoying the Dolphin now that I'm just flying around normally. I'm not using trim release at all. I'm just pushing into the springs, and maybe I could use a little bit of nose up here. Nose up, you come. Good, that's great. And you could almost have a bit more luck flying around normally like this.
I'm starting to think you use fly through to do your maneuver and then trim release last second just to hold whatever trim you end up with.
Yeah. Yeah, that might seem to be the use case, mightn't it? Yeah. Oh. I'm not quite sure what that alarm was that I just had, but it helped me not smash into the pavement, so that's what I wanted. So yeah, we're doing fly through right now. So that is that I'm just pushing the stick into the springs, and it actually seems to be working quite nicely. You need to be sort of gentle and yeah, not overdo it. I've got a wind vector on the HSVD, very handy. As usual, it's quite hard to get the collective exactly where you want it. So if I go T-hover right now, what's going to happen? This could be bad news. So there's T-hover. So it actually lost its station. Not great. Maybe I was not quite fast enough pushing it. Maybe that's a good reason to get it on a controller somewhere. Yeah, now we get into this sort of slightly unpleasant oscillation. So I want to go over to the left here to get on this pad. This is not how you really land it in real life. You just land it like a proper helicopter pilot, but this is actually quite fun. Yeah, bigger. Why am I going forwards now? What's happened to my vector? Am I still in T-hover? Apparently I am. Apparently I am. Yeah, Big Al, I would love to get a proper collective, and that would make this easier. I just... So, there it is again. Pitching forward, unrequested pitch forward. I mean, I might have pushed like a 1/4 of a millimeter forwards in the cyclic, but then it sort of took off and looked like it disengaged T-hover. So how far away am I? I'll just have to go forwards now, because it's gone way too far over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, why now is... Oh, it is actually. I was going to say, why is it not showing the cross? It is showing the cross, it's the whole thing. Ancient Monotheism, hello, haven't seen you for a while, good to see you. Yes, the Dauphin and Dolphin have been released. You will find them in the MSFS 2024 marketplace exclusively right now. That's the only place you can get them. I have still got pretty much exactly the same number of viewers I've had for the last 4 hours. Is that actually updating? Yeah. Thanks for sticking with, people. It's really been really great to have a bit of company whilst experimenting here. The flight with the Dauphin was pretty good. A couple of things I learned about being careful with the controls. The AS365, if you want to take advantage of all of its features, you're going to be spending a bit of time setting up some hat switches to get it working the way you might expect. And I think I can almost land this in T-hover now. Probably not how you're supposed to do it in real life. It's a bit violent. Yay! Landed in T-hover. Hey, do the brakes work here? I don't think the brakes are working. So
my brakes are working fine.
Oh, okay.
Just regular brake pedal.
Okay, well, it wasn't. The animation was working in the Dauphin, but in the Dolphin it was not. So what do I need to do? I need to go to rudder, and I need to change this to helicopter all. Oh dear. So search by input. Right brake axis. So that's working on there. Okay, I don't understand that. It was working on the animation was working on the, yes, Big Al, get the I was cheating. I mean, you wouldn't do that in real life. I was using the collective beep to move the helicopter up and down. So I know that's not how you do it in real life, but it was just fun to try it. I mean, you're still setting up the binds for the MH60. Yeah, I know. It's a bit of a project, isn't it? Okay, so I don't know what's happened to these brakes. They are working. Okay, that's bizarre. So I'm creeping forward now. Now the brakes are working. I don't understand that, but they're not differential and the animation's not working. Whew. All right, so that's a bit weird. Don't forget you need a little bit of cyclic in the direction that you're turning. Oh. Nice pickup, Wookie. Right, the brakes do work. They just
I hit the depart button.
Oh, the depart button, the famous depart button. That's just what they were expecting.
Might as well be labeled GTFO.
Message received. All right, so let's come around here. Well, people, I am going to attempt to do a tutorial video on the AS365 Dauphin and the Dolphin parking brake. That's finally got it. Although now it's not in a very silly place. Okay, I'm going to undo that. So why does the Dolphin want to taxi forward so fast? Whoa. So for sure the Dauphin didn't want to taxi like that, so that's a bit curious for me. Big Al, you just get the manual to ChatGPT and ask it questions. Okay. That saves us from having to do any work ourselves. Hilarious. Okay, so are these going to work this time? So there's the detent. There's the detent. We'll turn that horn off. Off. While we're moving forwards, parking brake. Why does the Dolphin want to move forward so fast? Oof, got to get used to reading these gauges like this. I've never quite developed the familiarity with the style of vertical bar style of gauges like in Sikorsky's, so I'll just need to try and get used to that a bit better. So we're well below 100 on the rotor. In fact, I don't know what the real RPM is on that, because it doesn't really say, does it? I guess 70. I guess about 70% right now, and those different markings will be important. So I've got my work cut out for me. I am going to have to try and make you, or make people, two different... Oh, why is the rotor frozen? Make people two different types of video tutorial. Well, that was fun. I enjoyed hanging out with people, and lots of people came along to sort of see how we went, and hopefully, you know, enjoy me making a terrible mess of it. That's always fun. I forgot to hit the run ads button even once, so people probably just got ads stuck in all over the place. More things that I need to be a little bit more careful with. Had 1,000 views on the stream today. That's awesome. Thanks, people. That's awesome. Look forward to catching you online soon. I'll try and get these two tutorials turned around pretty fast. Oh, Impulse Simulations has a sale in the marketplace. Oh, thanks, Big Al, for that. Good to know. I might mention also that Pimax has got a sort of mid-year sale on, and if you like what I do, you can support me by using those discount codes when you purchase Pimax. If you've got anything left over from buying all of the Impulse Simulations excellent things that are on special right now, so thanks, Big Al, for that. We definitely need a Marabin, don't we? So look forward to that coming along soon. And if people are so inclined to support what I do, there's another option there for you as well. If you're not ready to buy a Pimax headset and have a little commission come my way, you can always use one of those options there for you that are up on the screen right now. So people, thanks very much. It's been really fun hanging out with you today, like I said. I'm going to have to end it because I've been online for 4 hours now, and that's quite long enough. So I now really got to get to work and make these tutorials for you, so that's going to be huge. Oh, impulse simulations, Big Al. Did they say they're going to be doing Moorabbin? That'd be great. Love to see that. Impulse are always doing excellent work. So yes, like I said, got my work cut out for me. Lots of stuff to do. Oh, that's awesome, Big Al. Good news. So, unless people want to ask me, hit me up with a last question right now. I see people are starting to log off already, but if you want to hit me up with one last question, this is your moment. You better be fast, because my stomach is starting to rumble. There's the external view with that unfortunate frozen rotor. Yeah, I don't know why it's like that. That's very strange. Very odd indeed. Thank you, Big Al. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. That's a good-looking machine. That Fenestron tail rotor really does look something, doesn't it? It looks real sharp at the back, the Dolphin and the Dauphin. Okay, so if you want to ask anything else, people, you can come along and ask us on the Discord. So there is the link for that one as well. So you've had all the links to everything now. So come along and ask us there. We'll continue the conversation there and see what happens. So I'm going to mute everything on here right now, and I'll go and see if anyone wants to say anything on Discord, and I'll catch everyone else later on.